Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Phantom are ready for a great match, and the clear favorite is looking for a strong start. Phantom enters this as the clear favorite, but Catalyst has actually taken 4 of their last 5 meetings. He's comfortably winning their recent clashes despite the rating difference. It'll be interesting to see if the current scoreline holds steady. Deadlocked at 1 apiece. Things are heating up. He's really keeping a tight grip on this series. Catalyst is firmly in control now, leading 2-1. Hard to believe the number 1 seed is falling behind like this. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 on the trot for the underdog. The top seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom answers back with a clean trade, cutting into that early lead. The world number 1 is finally finding some ground here. We are all square again as Phantom claws back. He's looking like the top seed on the ladder right now. A total shift in energy as he takes a commanding 3-round run. The top seed is finally asserting his authority on the map. The momentum is completely shifted as he secures his 4th straight win. That's a dominant start for the league's top-rated player. A brutal exchange, but he comes out on top to extend that run to 5. The gap in experience is really starting to show through. He's just completely taken over, taking another round to build a massive lead. Looking a lot like the top-rated player on the server right now. Wow, he barely scraps through that one. A grueling fight to hold the lead at 8. He's finally shaking off that rough patch from his last few sets. It's 9-3 heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst is really struggling to keep up here. This is a complete reversal of the expected outcome given how well he's played their last few meetings. Let's see if Catalyst can respond. Unbelievable. He clawed his way back from the edge to win a chaotic scramble. He just managed to survive that with a sliver of health. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he barely hangs on to keep the comeback going. He's simply not stopping, putting together a serious run to bring the game closer. It's a complete mirror of their latest set on Redline. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life to take a 4th straight round. He's refusing to go down easily against the league's top-rated talent. Phantom shuts down that comeback attempt by picking him off the ramp. The world's top-rated player is reclaiming the server space. He's still fighting, erasing another round in an instant to keep the pressure on. He's showing incredible heart, putting together another quick victory to keep this rally alive. Phantom needed that response immediately to stop the momentum from swinging entirely. He's putting up a serious fight, narrowing the gap further as we enter the final stretch. That was a quick exchange to keep the pressure climbing. Pure dominance on this exchange to lock the set at 11-all. The underdog is truly making his presence felt in this set. He manages to outdo him in that exchange, putting the set right on the line. Expectations are starting to align with the initial forecast. Absolutely clinical. Phantom closes this out and secures the victory. The resilience from Catalyst was just insane throughout that second half. He really pushed him to the absolute limit here. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match on Dunes today between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom carries a strong historical edge here, boasting a 63% all-time win rate. So yeah, he's clearly established himself as a top-tier threat in this league. The real test will be seeing if Vortex can actually find a way to disrupt that confidence today. And he is just on fire. That was practically instant. He's just too fast today, moving to a 4-round lead without losing a single point of health. Vortex manages to knock him off the box and secure another point. A nice way to answer that recent loss to Catalyst. Phantom is firmly in control with a 5-1 lead. That's the kind of form you'd expect from the league's top seed. Vortex has a positive record over their last 5 meetings, and knowing that he's already taken a map of Phantom today makes this lead feel a bit more fragile. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn this into a full comeback. Phantom's cruising along with a commanding 6-2 advantage. He's been absolutely dominant throughout his 26 wins today. Vortex is fighting back, cutting it to 3-6 now. It's the number 2 seed, proving why he belongs at the top. He's refusing to go away, securing another round with a totally clean burst. The momentum is shifting rapidly towards the underdog. Phantom still holds a 3-round cushion over Vortex. Phantom takes a solid lead at 8-4. I mean, the pre-match predictions had Vortex as the favorite, but the map stats are proving more accurate. Phantom looks completely comfortable in his lead right now. Let's see a reaction from Vortex. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clutching the round with just 3 health left. He's really showing some grit, especially after that loss to Catalyst earlier. Another effortless point for Vortex, who refuses to let his opponent pull away. Phantom holds a 3-point lead as we hit 15. That should be a huge weight off his shoulders given the overall head-to-head numbers. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. The top seed is really starting to flex that skill gap. Incredible! He scrapes by with a tiny sliver of health while holding the Tetris to stop the rally. That's exactly how the top seed handles a dangerous opponent. He's absolutely steaming through this half, putting himself in a position to close out the set right now. He's really making the most of that ranking advantage right now. Game over. Phantom shuts the door with a final burst to secure the match. Vortex puts up a great effort, but it's just hard to keep up when the number 1 seed is playing this perfectly. Welcome to the arena. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex in a battle to see who is the better shot. Vortex really liked that elevation for the opener to get things started. He's definitely taken his rank 2 status into this match. Catalyst holds a significant edge over the long term with a 59% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. He's looking to translate that historical dominance into a lead here after falling to Vortex in their previous encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up the pressure. We're all squared up at 2 apiece now. Vortex is definitely leaning on that huge volume of experience here. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scrap with a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. Really puts that higher ranking into perspective. He's completely shifted the momentum, taking a 3-game skid to move further ahead. Vortex is certainly feeling the weight of his poor run today. He's completely taken over the map, putting up 4 straight to move into a commanding lead. Catalyst just wiped the floor with him off the ramp, extending that huge roll to 5 straight. Absolute control from the ramp as he extends the streak to 6. It's a tough spot for the higher rated man right now. The momentum is just overwhelming now as he picks up another one without taking any damage. He's just not stopping, closing in on a double-digit lead before the side swap. A tough shift for the world's number 2 right now. Catalyst heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. This is exactly the statement we expected from the favorite, that 9-round tier really flipped the script on the world number 2. Vortex needs a huge wake-up call. Catalyst is really struggling with the dismal 13-23 record today. It's a worrying trend considering he normally performs so well on the ladder. We have to see if he can stop this slide before the match slips completely away. A high-stakes battle for the high ground, and Vortex manages to come out on top again. A huge boost in confidence for the man at the top of the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted again as he cruises to his 3rd straight victory. He shuts down that comeback attempt quickly to stay firmly in control. It really looks like the top 4 seed has the measure of this matchup. Vortex is fighting back, refusing to let the top seed close this out quickly. Still showing that high-level consistency from the 2nd best rated player. He wins another duel and now finds himself at match point. The favorite is just completely outclassing the competition today. And there it is. Catalyst closes the door on the match with a final decisive burst. He really needed this victory to bounce back from a rough run of games today. Welcome everyone! We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst enters this game with a strong 75% win rate on this map. It's a significant advantage that should be helping him right now. However, he's coming off a rough 14-22 run over the last day, and that early loss puts him in a tough spot. Phantom is really starting to seize control here. A strong look for the number 4 seed here. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now and he's looking like the much stronger player early on. He's playing exactly like the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. That high ground advantage isn't helping him at all. Phantom is simply on a different level right now, staying completely unscathed to keep the streak going. The top seed is simply making it look easy. Catalyst gets the edge in a fast exchange between the ramps. It's rare to see a side look this shaky given the rating difference. What a scrap. Catalyst barely hangs on for his life after dragging himself through that war. He's showing some serious resolve in this comeback attempt. He's just relentlessly cutting into that lead, securing his 3rd straight win. The underdog is suddenly looking like the one in control. Phantom answers back immediately, picking him off the Tetris to reclaim the lead. Phantom really looks locked in with a 25-10 run today. Phantom has a real stranglehold on this series now, outplaying him from the ramp. Just another strong showing from the best player in our ranking. We head into the break with Phantom up 7-5, and honestly, this is closer than we anticipated. Despite the map history, the underdog is really stepping up to the challenge here. Time to see if the gap holds. Phantom leads their head-to-head series by quite a bit. It's a mental edge that really seems to be playing a role today. If he can keep this pace, we might see another one-sided result. Catalyst finds a path to victory from the ramp and continues this dogged effort. He's definitely playing with more confidence than he did this morning. He's absolutely refusing to back down, securing another round from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted in this matchup. What a firefight! He almost didn't make it out of that exchange, but he manages to even the score. A complete reset of the scoreboard as we head into the late stages. He reacts quickly and secures a clean return to the 9-8 lead. The number 1 seed refuses to let that slip away. Phantom has found a way to neutralize that high ground, getting the better of him twice in a row. He's firmly back in the driver's seat, ending that brief search from his opponent with ease. That 52% historical win rate for him is starting to show. Catalyst secures the trade and keeps this fight alive, cutting the deficit down to 2. He's proving he can trade blows with the best in the game. He just refuses to quit, catching his opponent right off the ramp to close the gap. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Phantom recovers his poise from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is mounting for the number 2 seed now. And there it is. Phantom closes it out with a huge final blow to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to keep that lead, but his composure was just a cut above in the end. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Today we have an exciting battle between Vortex and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom starts strong, quickly punishing Vortex while he was holding the ramp. He definitely seems in good form after that last meet. Vortex just found his answer, trading blows with Phantom for a perfectly even set. Phantom currently holds a 61% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's a mental edge that seems to be paying off early in this series. He's looking very comfortable against Vortex right now. Unreal. That was a complete shootout, and he barely survives the exchange to take the lead. The best player in our rating is feeling the pressure now. Phantom is really taking control here, simply outclassing Vortex from the bottom of the ramp. He's really mirroring that strong performance from their earlier set. Phantom is just too fast right now, completely shutting down Vortex on the ramp. It's looking like a repeat of their last encounter on the dunes. Vortex is holding his own here, playing a very disciplined game to keep things locked at a draw.
Vortex is really picking up speed here,
Turning the tide of the set with those back-to-back wins. Phantom just barely edges him out and makes the quick work of Vortex on the box. He's definitely playing his way back to that favorite status. What a scramble. Phantom somehow survives that desperate fight from the wine box with a sliver of health. He's really putting that top spot on the ladder to use. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is holding his ground and looks ready to pull off the shock here. He's leaning heavily on that 67% map win rate. Time for the side switch. Phantom has put together a formidable run today, finishing the last 24 hours with a 25-10 record. Well, this momentum is translating perfectly into the server as he pushes his lead. Vortex needs a strong response if he wants to stay in this. He's showing some real grit here, staying cool to keep this climb alive. Vortex is quickly clawing back into this game. Phantom is really putting on a clinic from that ramp, shutting down any momentum Vortex tried to build. The #1 rated player in our rankings is playing a flawless game. A clean win from the ramp as he continues to chip away at that lead. A really focused exchange to keep things close. A crisp exchange to bring this right back to a one-round gap. He is absolutely refusing to go away, evening the score at 9-9 with an effortless shot. The pressure is shifting toward the favorite to find a solution. Phantom quickly reads him and takes the duel from the wine box to reclaim that narrow lead. His experience in the longer sets is definitely starting to show. Phantom is just making the ramp a nightmare for Vortex right now. A really quick finish to put his opponent on the ropes. He's completely stopped any hope of a comeback, moving within striking distance of the victory. He's really making it look easy today. Absolutely incredible. He closes out the series with a clean strike on the window to take the game. He's just continuing his run of form today. Vortex really gave him a scare midway, but the top seed was just too steady. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a great battle between Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see who takes it. Catalyst has a strong history here, holding a 59% win rate in their lifetime head-to-head matches. He really seems to have a psychological edge over Vortex regardless of the map. It'll be interesting to see if that pattern holds today. Vortex is really finding his flow with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is certainly looking for revenge after that lopsided 13-6 defeat earlier. A complete shutout here, and he's now firmly in control of the pace. The higher seed is really putting his foot on the gas here. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another round to push his lead to 4. The number 2 seed is really making a statement here. A wild scramble for the finish, but he digs deep to secure another one. That really shifts the energy in this series. He's refusing to back down, putting up a second straight win to close the gap. This is a huge shift from his recent 13-11 loss against Horizon. What a turnaround! He's completely flipped the script to even things up. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the higher seed. The surge continues and he takes the overall lead in the match. It's becoming a real struggle for the lower seed to find an answer. There was a sharp exchange and now the series is completely deadlocked. Vortex catches him right on the ramp to pull ahead again. His second place ranking is finally reflecting on the board. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how I saw the map playing out. Both players are holding their own and we're on track for a very close finish. Fresh starts for both players now. Claws back another one, proving he's not going down without a fight. The seed difference is finally starting to show in the numbers. We are back to a dead heat at 7-all. His number 2 spot on the ladder is definitely showing right now. He's just refusing to quit, carving out another narrow victory to keep the pressure on. The momentum is swinging right back to him. Total parity now with Catalyst and Vortex tied at 8. Things are looking a lot better for him than that prior blowout. He's showing incredible grit, shutting that exchange down completely to take the lead. He's really digging in to prove his seed isn't the only factor. Catalyst answers right back, locking it up at 9 apiece. A true battle of the titans with 2 of our top 4 players. He's showing immense strength here, outdueling his opponent completely to take the lead. He continues the surge, extending his lead to 2 and keeping the pressure high. He's really proving why he's a top-tier threat today. Absolute purity in that shot. He's nearly wiped out the deficit and is now just 1 round away from victory. What a way to stay in this. He's showing some incredible resilience to keep his hopes alive. His lower rank is barely an issue at this point. Unbelievable. Catalyst digs in to close it out and secures the match victory. He's just got this guy's number. No matter how hard the fight gets, just pure heart from start to finish. What a scrap. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got a huge match today between Catalyst and Phantom, with the favorite looking strong. Phantom really owns the historical edge here, holding a 64% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Catalyst has faced in this specific setting. He needs to pivot his approach quickly, or this could become a very short series. Phantom is cruising right now, holding a slim lead. The top seed is clearly finding his mark today. Phantom is making these look far too easy, really putting the pressure on early. Looking like the #1 rated guy in the world right now. He's just untouchable from that box, taking a commanding lead. He's playing exactly like the top seed should. He's just completely in control, extending his streak to 4 straight wins. The gap in the ladder is really starting to show. Unreal! That was an absolute war of attrition, and he barely walks away with the round. He's certainly not playing like a guy who's currently sitting at rank 4. Phantom is just too sharp today, utilizing that verticality to secure another win. He is continuing a very hot run across his matches today. Catalyst holds his ground from the box here, and he's starting to put up a real fight. He's trying to keep pace after a tough 13-10 loss in their last meeting. Phantom secures his footing up high, quickly reclaiming the momentum in this series. Phantom has been an absolute powerhouse today with a 26-9 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. The only question now is whether Catalyst can actually keep this pace up into the second half. We're heading into the break with Phantom ahead 8-4. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a show. Catalyst is struggling to keep up, but he'll need a flawless second half to avoid this upset. Time for the restart. Whoa, what a scramble! Phantom claws out a victory with a tiny sliver of health left despite the pressure from the box. Phantom's just too dominant, sitting comfortably at 10 rounds. That is a ruthless display of precision, and he's now sitting on a 3-round run. He's certainly reminding the lobby why he's the top seed. Catalyst finds his marks from the box to halt that slide. A much needed spark from a player who struggled a bit today. He makes quick work of that exchange, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. A total blowout if he closes this out right now. Absolute insanity. He barely survives with a few hit points left to deny a match point. Game over. Phantom closes out the series with a lightning fast final shot. Just another day at the office for the top seed. He's really asserting himself as the king of the hill today. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy today. The favorite is looking strong, but we'll see if an upset happens. Phantom has an incredible 27-9 record over the last day. It's a massive wave of confidence he's bringing into this series. Now he just needs to put that momentum to use and shake off this early stumble. Phantom is playing the angles well, keeping his head high on the wine crates for that second win. Vortex is certainly struggling to find a way to keep pace. He's just too fast right now, claiming a third straight round without taking a single hit. He's really asserting that top seed dominance early on. Vortex manages to claw a round back, narrowing that gap to 3-2. Unreal. He almost went down in that chaotic exchange, but barely manages to hold on to even the series. Phantom edges ahead again, holding a slim 4-3 lead. The top seed is looking very comfortable here. Phantom has won 61% of their all-time encounters. I mean, he holds a significant psychological advantage over Vortex in this rivalry. He's certainly looking to extend that dominance here. He's completely taken over this match, picking up his 4th straight win with an easy shot. It's a rough stretch for the number 3 seed. What a scrap! He survives a brutal trade to put a dent in that run right before the half. That was an incredibly tense finish to keep things interesting. It's 8-4 in favor of Phantom heading into the switch. Honestly, it's a total flip of the script from what we expected. Phantom is playing like the actual top seed right now, while Vortex is just struggling to hold his ground. Phantom is simply cruising with a commanding 9-4 lead. He's really validating that number 1 spot on the ladder. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-4. The number 1 rated player is putting on a clinic. What a frantic exchange! He survives a total slugfest by the skin of his teeth. He's coming off a tough loss against Catalyst right before this. Phantom is just too quick today. These rounds are ending in a flash. He's simply outclassing the field today. He shuts the door on that small comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory. Vortex finds a quick opening to keep the dream alive. That was a surprisingly clean finish to push things further. He's refusing to go down quietly, putting up a strong fight as the pressure mounts. The underdog is finally starting to push back. He's simply out of control right now, making it 3 straight while leaving his opponent no room to breathe. Absolutely terrifying speed from Vortex, who just can't be stopped right now. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final round to take the win. He's just showing why he's sitting at the top of the mountain right now. A very professional way to handle a tough opponent. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to face off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst starts things off strong by picking Vortex right off that box. Vortex has had a tough road lately, dropping his last 5 games. Catalyst generally controls this rivalry with a 59% win rate. It makes this early exchange much more interesting given that Vortex has struggled so heavily in his last few matches. He has to prove he can stay consistent here. Vortex edges ahead, claiming a narrow 2-1 lead. The number 3 seed is really showing his quality today. We're all square now as Catalyst ties it up. He's clearly shaking off that loss to Phantom. Catalyst is really building a head of steam here, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex. Vortex is really feeling the weight of that losing streak right now. Another deadlock, and these two are completely locked in. Our third ranked player is definitely playing with a point to prove. Vortex recaptures a slim 1 round advantage. The higher rated player is really putting his foot down here. He completely shuts him down from the boost, moving to a 3-round lead. He's looking a lot more comfortable than during that 13-10 loss on Orange. He just wipes out Catalyst from the ramp, extending that run to 4 straight. The higher seed is really asserting himself today. He's completely taken over the server, securing another victory to push his lead to 7. Catalyst manages to knock him off the box, keeping things interesting heading into the final round of the half. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, we're seeing a real shock here. He's completely defied that 5-game losing streak to put himself in the driver's seat. New side, new energy. Vortex has definitely climbed back from his slump and is now effectively outplaying the man who usually owns this matchup. You know, it's quite a shift, because Catalyst has historically won nearly 60% of their encounters. If Vortex keeps up this level of precision, he could actually secure a rare dominant win here. Vortex secures a clean kill from the Tetris, extending his current run to 3 straight. Catalyst manages to take him down from heaven, halting that momentum swing. He's fighting to avoid a repeat of that 13-10 loss on Orange. Vortex is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. He's playing with an immense amount of pressure after that recent set of losses. He catches him right from the Tetris, keeping this comeback alive. A huge shift in confidence compared to those earlier matches. A patient encounter that ultimately goes his way, leaving him just 2 rounds from victory. He's proven why he sits slightly higher on the ladder today. What a play! He takes control of the ramp and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He's making it look effortless in this final stretch. Unbelievable! He holds the high ground on the ramp to shut the door and secure the victory. He just completely rewrote the script for today, a massive result that completely flips the momentum after that rough stretch he's been having. Welcome to the show. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on red line today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Catalyst comes out swinging, picking Phantom right off the ramp to get things moving. A solid start for someone stepping up against the top seed. Phantom answers back immediately, using that ramp to level the playing field. That's a lot of experience backing the #1 player. Catalyst is really finding his footing early on, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. The top-rated guy is having some trouble early here. We've got a dead heat with both players tied. The world #1 looks comfortably in control of this set. Catalyst is playing some incredibly aggressive games today, moving into a slim lead. Phantom just secures a huge peak from the ramp to bring things right back to even. He's definitely leaning on that high C to stay steady. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up the ramp to push his lead to 1. Not a bad recovery after that earlier defeat on the dunes. Wow, what a fight! He barely survives that chaotic scrap from the ramp to secure another round. The #1 seed is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He manages to close it out despite taking a fair bit of damage, extending that streak to 3. The top-ranked player is really starting to feel the heat. Catalyst keeps the momentum swinging, expertly picking Phantom off the Tetris. The top seed is starting to look really shaken. Phantom gets the better of him here, finally cleaning him off the Tetris. A quick reminder of why he's currently at the top of the ladder. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's proving why he's so strong on this map. It's a tight game, but the favorite is playing his part perfectly. Let's see how the switch plays out. Phantom keeps fighting and manages to tear him off the ramp. He's starting to look like the powerhouse we expected today. A wild collision on the ramp ends with the score completely reset. The odds clearly favor the top seed in a tie like this. Catalyst barely edges ahead now, taking an 8-7 lead. Looking for any sign of those top-tier reflexes now. He grabs another from the ramp to bring us completely level at 8-8. Expectations are shifting as the underdogs keep pushing. A ruthless peek from the ramp allows Phantom to seize the lead. The momentum is shifting back toward the higher ranked side. Absolute precision from Phantom to keep this charge going. It's a tough spot for the underdog to dig out of now. Another clean win for the favorite, who just can't be stopped right now. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel like a canyon. Unbelievable. He puts on a show for a 5th straight time and now sits on the verge of victory. A complete reversal from how this series looked 10 rounds ago. Unbelievable. Phantom shuts the door on this match with a complete washout to claim the victory. He's just on a different level today. That's another match in the book for the world #1. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have a great match on fast aim today as Vortex takes on the favorite, Phantom. Phantom comes out strong here, holding that ramp advantage to secure the opening point. He's looking sharp after an incredible 27-9 days so far. Phantom holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with over 2,400 total wins. But it's clear that Vortex is finding some answers early on. We'll see if he can capitalize on this momentum to close the gap. Phantom is just too quick right now, easily picking Vortex off the ramp to extend his lead. He's proving why he's currently the top seed on the ladder. He's simply too fast, securing another effortless win to pull away from his opponent. He simply refuses to let up, making it 4 straight for the frontrunner. Vortex finally gets around back, fighting through the exchange to disrupt that momentum. The number 1 seed is starting to feel some pressure. Phantom puts a stop to that tiny rally, picking Vortex right off the ramp. Phantom is really controlling the tempo after his recent win over Catalyst. Vortex has a decent 51% win rate on this particular setup. You know, it's an interesting dynamic since he's currently facing a steep climb to erase this deficit. I wonder if he can actually pull off an upset here. Phantom just blew right through that ramp position and he is looking nearly impossible to stop right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is fully capitalizing on the map choice here. He's firmly in control, putting the pressure on Vortex to make a big move in the second half. Time for Vortex to wake up. Vortex is still trailing by 3 as we start round 13. He's fighting hard to close the gap against the top seed. He keeps the pressure high, securing another round with a perfect shot to narrow the gap. It's getting a lot tighter than the oddsmakers predicted. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. It makes sense given the sheer amount of experience he has in this rivalry. Vortex stays aggressive, picking Phantom right off the ramp to keep the comeback alive. That's a huge level of confidence from the underdog. He is really digging in, putting together a strong run to keep this series interesting. Phantom shuts that down quickly, dragging Vortex right off the toolbox to reclaim the lead. He looks completely comfortable playing at the very top of the ladder. Vortex is really refusing to fade away, taking this round without taking a single hit. Unreal. He's completely flipped his script to even things up at 10-all. Absolutely nobody expected a dead hit like this. Phantom answers back immediately. He can't let Vortex keep this pace if he wants to wrap this up. The world number 1 is starting to reclaim his grip on the match. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink with a sliver of health to put himself 1 step away from victory. That was purely about nerves, holding on with a sliver of health. What a way to end it! Phantom secures the final point with a perfect shot to close out the series. Vortex really pushed him to the limit there, showing he can absolutely hang with the best in the world. He's definitely going to be shaking off that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Mappers. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who takes the win today. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 59% of their total encounters. It's interesting because Vortex actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if the historical edge weighs heavier than that latest result. A total shutout so far as he keeps the momentum rolling. He's simply too fast today, putting up a perfect start to the match. Vortex really needs to shake off that poor showing from earlier today. Vortex finds his mark from the ramp to get back on the board. That's the third-ranked player on the ladder asserting his authority. Catalyst keeps the lead, showing great awareness to pick him off the container from the ramp. A rough day so far for him with those 11 wins. Catalyst is currently struggling with an 11-25 record over the last day. So yeah, you have to wonder if he's finally shaking off that rough patch. He's playing with a lot more confidence now than he did in those previous losses. Catalyst is putting on the display here, making the most of that high ground to widen the gap. Vortex certainly has the edge on the ladder, but it's not translating today. Catalyst is just dominating with an 8-2 cushion. He is making quick work of that top 3 rating today. Absolutely untouchable right now, adding another to the tally as he closes in on the halfway mark. Catalyst takes a strong 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting on a show and fighting exactly like the favorite he is. We'll see if Vortex can dig deep and mount a comeback. Time to see if the roles reverse. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 10-3 grip. The number 4 seed is really finding his stride right now. These rounds are moving so fast. There's barely any time for Vortex to react. His current form seems to be trending upward despite those early setbacks today. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange to bring himself to a single round away from victory. He really managed to clutch his way out of that mess. A sudden shift in tempo as Vortex recovers a round to stay in the fight. He's playing for pride now after that rough start. He just can't let up, grabbing another as he tries to slow the momentum. He's fighting from a deep hole, but the skill is still there. Vortex is refusing to go down easy, securing another victory to keep the pressure high. He's starting to look like a completely different player out there. He's just not letting up, securing another effortless victory to extend the streak to 4. It's a tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. He just keeps rolling, picking his opponent off the ramp for a 5th straight victory. He's completely flipped the script on this series. The momentum is completely shifted as he manages to secure another from the ramp. The pressure is really mounting for the current lead. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door on this series with a completely clean final kill. He really had to shake off those nerves after that massive run by Vortex. Just a total shift in momentum to seal it. Welcome back to the league. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win. Phantom is clearly the favorite coming into this based on an 8-win streak. It's an imposing record that matches his position at the very top of our rating. We have to see if Catalyst can actually keep pace with him today. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is looking vulnerable early on. These first few exchanges have been incredibly fast. Both players are reacting almost instantly. Phantom close back to a 3-2 lead. The difference in their all-time win rates is starting to show. A huge read from Phantom, who just plucks him off that box to secure a 3rd straight victory. The world number 1 is simply refusing to blink. A quick turnaround here as Catalyst manages to reset the momentum. Phantom has a historical advantage here with a 64% win rate on this map. I mean, it really helps that he thrives in this specific environment. Now we just have to see if Catalyst can find a way to close that gap. Phantom's now comfortably in the lead at 6-4. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence after those recent match wins. Catalyst is really struggling to find an answer for Phantom's current momentum. He's definitely making his mark on the ladder today. Phantom holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's proving exactly why he is the top seed right now. Catalyst looks completely outclassed despite the pre-match hype. Time to see a comeback. Phantom is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. The head-to-head history is definitely leaning in his favor. Phantom hits double digits, leaving Catalyst in the dust. The top seed is just on another level today. He's just too fast right now, taking total control of this set. That's his 7th win in the last 8 matches today. He's absolutely on fire, putting his opponent in a precarious spot with just 1 round to go. He finally shuts the door on that run and keeps his hopes alive. Finally, some resistance from the lower seed. He's not going down quietly, holding his own with a 2nd straight win. A complete shutdown as he extends the series to 3 straight. This is a far cry from how the match started. What a way to finish it. Phantom finds the closing shot and secures the victory. He's really putting on a clinic today. That's another one in the books for the top seed. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top in this duel. Phantom holds a huge overall lead in their head-to-head record with 24-54 wins. And honestly, he's leaning into that confidence right now after sweeping his last 10 games. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can break that momentum early. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That's definitely a strong start for the top-rated guy on the ladder. These opening fights are happening so quickly, and Phantom is just reacting faster. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another effortless win to extend his lead. He is simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 5. Coming into this with a huge amount of confidence after his day so far. Vortex finally finds an opening to put a halt to that early run. A shaky start for someone who's put up 27 wins today. Phantom has really kept his pace up today, going 27-9 over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's bringing that high-level consistency into this specific server. He's looking incredibly sharp as he pushes this gap even wider. He's digging deep to stay in this, converting from the ramp to earn his second straight round. Vortex is definitely proving he can compete with the heavy favorite. Phantom is really running away with this, leading 7-4. He's really taking advantage of that top seed status. Phantom takes a nice 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing the underdog completely ignore the pre-match hype. He is simply playing better than Vortex right now, capping off the first half with that strong 4-round streak. Time for a clean slate. Phantom is practically cruising now at 9-4. He's certainly playing like the best player on the ladder today. Phantom's just relentless, pushing his lead to a dominant 10-4. Vortex is certainly not going to just roll over and hand this one over. Vortex is really fighting for a foothold here. Vortex claws back to 6-10, refusing to quit. A huge shift in energy for the world. Number 3. Phantom just puts a stop to that little run. He's really refusing to let the game slip away. A frantic exchange of shots ends with Phantom securing the edge, putting him in a position to close this out right now. A sharp reflex win for the underdog to keep the dream alive. Still showing plenty of fight for the lower seeded player. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door with a lightning fast flick to secure the victory. The top seed just keeps on rolling. He's making a habit of taking these matches lately. Welcome everyone! We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on red line today. Let's see if the favorite can hold their lead. Catalyst came out swinging, using that ramp to secure an early advantage. Expectations are high for that number 4 slot. Catalyst has dominated this rivalry with a 59% lifetime win rate. It's a massive gap in their overall history, but that hasn't stopped Vortex from pushing this early exchange to a stalemate. I wonder if that historical weight starts to feel heavy as this match progresses. Vortex is taking complete control here, securing another victory to keep that momentum rolling. The number 3 rated player in the league is certainly feeling confident. He answers back with a clean win, keeping the gap narrow. He's certainly fighting through a tough stretch of games lately. Vortex is really cruising along with a comfortable 4-2 lead. Unreal Catalyst barely scrapes through that one from the ramp to close the gap. He's trying to bounce back from a rough 11-24 run today. Wow! He survives a total firefight by a hair to pick the opponent off that ramp. A total reset of the board as we hit the halfway mark. Absolute chaos. Vortex barely clings to life after that exchange on the ramp. Both of them are just trading blood on these exchanges. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, leaning into that ramp advantage to stay on top. The higher seed in this pairing is really starting to flex his muscles. Vortex still holds a slight edge at 6-5. Both of these guys are fighting through some tough series today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely playing the role of the spoiler right now. Catalyst has the higher map win rate, but he's struggling to put his opponents away early on. Time to see if the tide turns. Vortex barely keeps his nose ahead at 7-6. He's looking for a repeat of that 13-9 victory from earlier today. Vortex is looking sharp, utilizing the high ground on that ramp to keep his narrow lead. He's proving why he holds a higher spot on the ladder. Vortex just pulls further ahead, sitting pretty at 8. It looks like he's finding some rhythm after that tough loss to Phantom. A total deadlock at 8-all for these two. Vortex hasn't seen a win in his last few outings today. Vortex is holding his ground, taking that round and pushing his lead back to 1. He's really making it hard for the favorite to find an opening. Vortex is really picking up ahead of steam now, and he's making it look easy from that elevated spot. He's really making a statement against the 4th best player in the league. A crushing result for Catalyst as he gets outplayed on the ramp, leaving him reeling. A tight spot for the higher seeded player to find himself in. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, moving just a single point away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite today. Catalyst finds a huge opening to punish him right off the ramp. A massive look for him to finally snap that run. He just can't be put down, keeping the dream alive with another effortless burst. Suddenly, the pressure is right back on the leader. What a finish! Vortex closes this out with a huge final play to secure the win. He really refused to back down today. This win is huge considering how often the other guy has had his number. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Catalyst and Phantom face off to see who takes the win. Emotion mid-Phantom enters today on a 10-game win streak. It's a massive contrast to what we've seen from Catalyst lately, who has been struggling a bit in his recent matches. Now we just have to see if that momentum carries through the first half Emotion mid. Another fast one for him, and that's a clean sweep of the early rounds. And he answers back. He refuses to let this match slip away so early. He's proving he can hang with the top seed here. Phantom is cruising right now with a huge 4-1 lead. He's really starting to assert himself as the top seed. Phantom's just relentless, extending his lead to 5-1. The world number 1 is looking absolutely flawless tonight. He's simply in a different gear, picking up another quick win to keep the pressure on. Catalyst manages to secure this one, taking a bit of damage in the process. Phantom really knows how to handle this specific map, boasting a 65% win rate here. And honestly, the confidence from their previous encounter today seems to be playing a huge role. We're seeing a total mismatch in terms of current momentum. That's another rapid victory, firmly putting the momentum back in his favor, heading into the break. Phantom takes a wide lead at 9-3. The Pre-match predictions had Catalyst as the heavy favorite, but he's just not keeping up. We are seeing a huge shift in expected power dynamic here. Time to see a total reset. Phantom is basically untouchable, sitting on a huge 10-3 lead. The number 1 seed is just too precise today. Catalyst is really fighting an uphill battle at 410. He's trying to shake off those losses from earlier today. A couple of quick reactions there, and Catalyst is finally starting to push back against the leader. Phantom quickly recovers and puts Catalyst right back on his heels, putting an end to that brief surge. He's really taking control throughout this whole series. Wow, he practically survives a death-defying exchange there to secure the round. He's certainly fighting back from that earlier defeat on Blame Dunes. He just deletes the opposition, and now he's only 1 round away from the victory. And that's it. Phantom closes out the series with a final burst of precision. Emotion high, he's looking absolutely dominant today, just continuing that incredible hot streak across multiple maps. Emotion high. Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto Mappas to see who can claim victory today. Phantom holds a massive historical advantage with a 61% win rate in their head-to-heads. That historical edge is really staring Vortex in the face right now. It'll be interesting to see if the top player on our ladder can keep this momentum going. Absolutely untouchable right now as he takes a commanding lead into the fourth. Coming off an incredible 11-game run lately, he's not going down easy, answering back with a flawless finish. It's a strong start for the underdog in this match. Phantom is just dominating this set, sitting at 4-1. The world number 1 is certainly putting on a clinic here. Phantom is simply ruthless, extending that gap to 5-1. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. He's completely in control, taking another round to push his lead to 6. His recent form is just scary, winning 10 straight before today. Both players were fighting for their lives in that exchange, but he just barely came out on top. Vortex really needs to find a way to break that momentum. That was a desperate scrap, but he edges out the exchange to keep the streak alive. He's been on an absolute tear today with 27 wins already. Vortex reacts first to bring the score to 2-8. He really knows how to hold his own against the number 1 seed. Vortex is putting up a fight, but his 15-19 record over the last day shows he's had a really tough stretch recently. It makes this sudden surge in the scoreline even more impressive, given the grind he's been through. He's really fighting for a comeback here. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Right, this is a complete reversal of what the betting odds suggested. He is simply making it look easy on a map where he boasts a 69% win rate. Phantom is just relentless, now pushing it to 10-3. It's been a perfect run through his last 10 appearances. Phantom was way too quick on the draw there, catching him right as he stepped up the ramp. His current run is just a nightmare for anyone across from him. Vortex is refusing to just let this match slip away. He's fighting hard to keep the server tension high. What a fight! Vortex manages to edge out the win and clear the ramp, surviving by a thread. Absolutely gutsy performance to claw back those 2 rounds. A devastatingly clean shot closes this out as he reaches for the title. Just as soon as he looked like he had a chance to climb back. And there it is, he secures the final exchange to close out the match. He's just on another level right now. That sub 1 second reaction time really showcased why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Catalyst and Vortex stepping up to see who takes the win today. Catalyst generally holds a 59% win rate in this head-to-head rivalry, but things look a bit different today since he's already dropped 3 matches in a row. I'm wondering if the pressure of that slump will weigh on him as this set continues. Vortex is really fighting back now, taking a clean win from the heaven angle to keep things tight. Total deadlock now with both players tied at 2. Vortex has the slight edge in rating as we enter this phase. Both players were trading heavy damage in that exchange, but he just barely comes out on top. That's a rough slide for the number 4 seed. The momentum has completely shifted and he is absolutely cruising with 4 straight. He's simply outclassing him right now, extending this tier to 5 straight. It's becoming a nightmare for the number 4 seed today. Finally, some resistance as he pops Vortex right off the boost to put up a fight. He needs to actually pull through for the seed tonight. Vortex just manages to push through as he clears Catalyst right off the boost. Vortex is certainly making the most of his top 3 standing right now. Vortex has been in a tough spot lately with a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, seeing him take complete control like this is a real surprise. It looks like he's finally found a way to shut down Catalyst's usual aggressive approach. He's just too fast right now, keeping the pressure high as he heads into the break. His number 3 standing on the ladder is certainly reflecting here. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely stealing the show here. Catalyst has historically owned this matchup, but he's looking totally lost against the higher rated player right now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10. He's really shaking off those recent losses in style. Catalyst manages to secure a quick response, catching Vortex as he tried to hold that ramp. He's had a rough time throughout the day, going 11-25 so far. Vortex is dominating the scoreboard with a 10-5 lead. He usually has the upper hand when playing on this map. Vortex is really putting the hammer down here, leaving Catalyst with almost no room to breathe. That quick reset keeps the pressure firmly on the number 4 seed. The pace of these exchanges has really picked up, with these rounds ending in a flash. Vortex just completely deletes him off the ramp to put himself one step closer to victory. The gap in their ratings is showing through clearly right now. A sharp reaction there from Catalyst to keep this series alive. Still a tough hill to climb for the underdog. He keeps the pressure mounting, snagging another round to postpone the inevitable. He's definitely starting to look more comfortable in these exchanges. What a finish. He shuts things down right now to claim the victory. He just completely flipped the script on the head-to-head record. Catalyst is really struggling to find his footing this afternoon. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off, and the top seed looks ready to dominate. Phantom enters this server with a massive 12 win streak over his last 10 matches. That kind of momentum makes him a terrifying opponent for anyone right now. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can actually keep the pressure on early. Phantom really tightened up his reaction time that round, quickly taking out Catalyst from the wine box. He's really proving his status as the #1 seed so far. Phantom is just a hair ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's looking incredibly sharp today with that 27-9 record. A lightning fast exchange and he takes another, extending that streak to 3. Catalyst manages to shut him down from the ramp, narrowing the gap. It's an interesting clash, considering the gap between them on the ladder. Catalyst is really shaking things up here, managing to outplay Phantom from the toolbox to bring this back to a dead even score. Phantom grabs the edge, leading 4-3. He's certainly playing like the top seed today. Absolute deadlock now. Catalyst has fought back to 4-all. A gritty battle, especially for Catalyst after those 3 tough losses earlier. Catalyst is really finding a way to push back, taking full control of the momentum here. He's flipping the script after those tough losses in their most recent H2H. He is simply on another level right now, picking up another clean round to keep the streak alive. He shuts the door on this run from the wine box, putting his opponent in a deep hole. He's completely ignoring the gap in their rankings right now. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is performing exactly how we thought he would. That 5-round burst really gave him the momentum he needed to take a commanding lead. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst is really fighting an uphill battle today with his 11-24 record over the last day. It's a tough spot to be in when you're facing someone as consistent as Phantom. We'll see if he can find a way to turn this around. What a turnaround! He's just scorched through 3 straight rounds to put a serious dent in that lead. This is exactly why he entered the server as the heavy favorite. He just completely erased that deficit, picking Catalyst off the ramp to lock in a dead heat. Both players are essentially starting over from here. He puts a clean stop to that momentum and claims the lead. The match is definitely living up to the hype given their overall history. Catalyst is just starting to put the screws to him, punishing Phantom's attempt to hold that ramp. He's completely taking over this match, putting the pressure on as he extends his run. He is showing why he's ranked so high among the top 45. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving just 1 step away from victory. Just brutal to watch the momentum shift this severely. Phantom responds with a clean shot to clear him off the wine box. The underdog has a long road ahead of him now. Phantom puts on a clinic from the ramp, refusing to just let this series slip away. He's on fire now, securing another win from the toolbox to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really mounting on the top seed now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the lead to force overtime, capping off a stunning run. A stunning way to force a deadlock. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, taking a huge 5th straight round to push this deep into overtime. Absolute dominance from the higher ranked side throughout this series. A prolonged exchange ends with a complete shutout, and the momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. A total collapse for Catalyst after that impressive burst earlier. He secures another round from the ramp, holding a massive lead in this overtime push. He's looking far too comfortable in this position. What a response! He finds another huge play from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious resilience in this high pressure stage. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a clean shot off the ramp to seal the victory. That was an absolute war, but he managed to pull ahead. He really dug deep to secure this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Junes. We have a great matchup today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. We'll be right back with more action from Dunes after a very quick timeout. And we are back in the action on Dunes with the score still locked at 0-0. Phantom owns an impressive 63% all-time win rate. Well, it's a staggering number that usually ensures victory. Yet that early lead for Vortex puts a completely different spin on this encounter. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can actually shut this down. Phantom is starting to find his rhythm now. Vortex is feeling the pressure from that previous 13-5 loss. An absolutely effortless victory there as he continues to tear through these rounds. The number 1 seed is making this look easy. A fierce trade of shots, but the underdog manages to edge it out. Both players are deadlocked at 3 apiece. The top seed is really struggling to keep a lead here. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his run to 3 straight. The top seed is really starting to feel the heat now. A swift reaction from Phantom, bringing the score back to an even split. Hard to ignore that massive head-to-head lead. Phantom edges forward with a slim 5-4 lead. That's another strong start for the world number 1. We've reached a complete stalemate with both players at 5. Neither player has an edge heading into the final stretch of the half. Vortex is really starting to seize the control here, putting some serious pressure on the world number 1. Still a huge hurdle for the underdog to overcome. Vortex holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. I mean, it's a tight gap, but he's playing exactly how we expected for the favorite. Now we see if he can maintain this pace on the other side. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is now controlling the server and has put together a strong 4-round run. He's making a statement here despite that massive deficit in their all-time head-to-head history. It'll be a huge test for Phantom to stop this slide. Vortex is on fire, managing to pluck Phantom right off that box to keep the momentum swinging. A surprising turn given how the world number 1 has looked tonight. Vortex manages to clear him off the box, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. This is a stark contrast to his dominating form earlier today. He's just too fast today, extending this run to 4 straight. This is a completely different story than their last encounter. Phantom finally breaks the run with a crisp shot to bring the tally to 6-11. Phantom is starting to claw his way back, picking up some quick rounds to breach that gap. He secures the airdrop advantage from the box to keep this streak alive. The top-ranked pro is finally putting the hammer down. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clinging to life to extend his streak to 4. That was a total nail-biter of a duel. He's absolutely relentless, keeping the pressure on with a 5th straight victory. The high seed is finally showing the class we expected tonight. Vortex shuts that down with a sharp response, putting him just 1 round away from victory. A clean response from the favorite, refusing to let the match end just yet. He really needs to dig deep for those final 2 points. Incredible poise from Phantom, grabbing another win from the box to force a tie at 12-12. Absolute chaos in this series. Everything is back on the table. He is simply overwhelming the opposition now, cruising to a lead with an effortless kill. He's just totally shut down the momentum swing. A completely clean exhibition of skill as he cruises to another victory. A grueling exchange of fire, but Vortex manages to outlast him to keep this overtime battle alive. What a statement move, taking control of the lobby to put himself just 1 point from victory. He's starting to put that rating gap into perspective. A perfect response from Vortex, shutting down that momentum entirely to keep himself in the game. The underdog is proving remarkably resilient under the pressure. What a finish! He claws back from the depths to secure the match victory. He really had to fight for that one in overtime. Vortex almost had the world #1 on the ropes. What a battle. Catalyst holds a strong lifetime lead in their head-to-head history, but a recent 10-25 run over the last day suggests his form is slipping. I mean, he needs to shake off this cold streak quickly if he wants to maintain that historical edge. Vortex is taking complete control of this series, adding a third straight to his tally. Things are looking familiar after that narrow victory on Blame map. And here's the response, showing plenty of grit to put an end to that initial run. He really needed to prove he can still trade blows with this guy. He's really digging in here, securing another one to keep the gap narrow. He's proving why he's the higher rated player of the pair. Unreal, he's completely wiped out the deficit and we are back to a dead heat. Total reset of the map now. He's completely flipped the script on this match, taking a huge 4-round surge. Vortex really needs to find an answer before the half. He is simply refusing to let up, securing another round to extend the run to 5. The momentum is shifting completely in the favorite's favor. A sharp encounter there, and he manages to claw one back. Consistency from the number 3 seed in the world. He's looking stronger by the minute, picking up another as he continues this impressive climb. He's certainly starting to look like the favorite here. Catalyst takes the lead, now sitting one up at 6-5. We're locked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, the favorite is holding his own just like we thought he would. Both players have looked sharp, so expect a total toss-up in the second half. Time for a fresh start. What a scrap! He manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health to stay ahead. That was a nerve-wracking exchange for both of them. We're deadlocked again with both Catalyst and Vortex at 7. His higher seed status is definitely playing a role here. He finds the mark to clear him off the ramp and put the pressure back on. He's clearly starting to settle into this duel. Absolute chaos now. An 8-8 tie going into this. He's really leaning on the top 3 rating to stay sharp. Vortex just edges ahead, moving to a 9-8 lead. His recent 15-20 run today has him feeling quite confident. Both players traded heavy shots, but he manages to secure the final blow to keep the heat on. His current 20% win rate over the last 10 games is showing. He's completely untouchable right now, strolling to another win and a 4-round streak. The top 3 seed is just putting on a clinic right now. What a response! He shuts down the momentum and shows some real toughness to stay in this. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get back in the game. He's putting up a serious fight, refusing to let this match slide away. This is getting interesting given Catalyst's historically strong record in their meetings. He's absolutely on fire now, locking in a 3rd straight to bring us back to a dead heat. The pressure is really building for the underdog here. Vortex just barely touched his opponent, taking full control of the map's endgame. Just a quick, decisive trade to flip the script back. Game over! Vortex seals the deal with that final shot to take the victory. A massive shift in the tide for these two. Vortex has finally broken through that historical wall tonight. What a grind! We're taking a quick break, but stay tuned for more action between Catalyst and Phantom. And we are back in action on Italy with the score currently locked at 0-all. Phantom enters this server as the #1 rated player in our league, and honestly he's been in incredible form recently. He's coming off an impressive 14 win streak, so Catalyst is really fighting an uphill battle here. Catalyst is really starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Phantom is really starting to push the pace here, securing 2 straight for a tie. He has definitely played a lot more total games than his opponent. He's completely taken over the momentum, securing 3 straight with a perfectly clean look. Exactly what we expected, given the gap in the ladder. A swift response from Catalyst to even the score. He has really shaken off that rough stretch of recent losses. Catalyst holds a slim 1-round edge as we move forward. He's really fighting through his recent slump today. And he's just taking over, extending the run to 3 consecutive rounds. Phantom is back in the game with a lightning fast kill. He's been showing a much steadier hand during these recent sessions. Catalyst is fighting against a massive head-to-head deficit, but the way he's playing right now suggests he's found a way to disrupt the top seed's rhythm. It'll be interesting to see if he can push this even further before the halfway mark. Unreal. That was an absolute war, and Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange to stay within striking distance. The #1 player in our rating is refusing to let this slip. We've got a 6-6 tie as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from 2 players of this caliber. We'll see if Phantom can use his map advantage to pull ahead in the second half. Catalyst takes the lead, putting Phantom on his heels. He's playing with a lot of confidence after those recent wins. We are deadlocked once again at 7 apiece. The top seed is proving too consistent for his opponent to shake. Phantom has completely flipped the momentum and now is firmly in control of the pace. Phantom is simply untouchable right now, keeping the momentum swinging in his favor. The gap in their current form is staring us right in the face. A quick response from him to cut into that narrow lead. It's a total flip from the usual result we see here. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-8. The favorite is simply too polished at this stage. Phantom is really closing in on the finish line now, making it very difficult for Catalyst to mount a comeback. He's just too strong right now, walking away with another easy point to put him 1 more round from victory. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom finishes the series with an effortless shot. He's just far too consistent right now, making it look easy as he adds another victory to that massive run. Phantom has clearly been the stronger force here with a 63% all-time win rate. But Vortex is showing no fear despite the gap in the rankings. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script from their last encounter. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a clean 2-0 lead. He's looking a bit shaky after such a dominant 28-8 run today. Phantom just clawed one back to make it 2-1. The best player on the ladder is starting to make his presence felt. Phantom is quickly turning the tide here, shutting down that attempt from the ramp. It's a complete reset now, bringing everything back to square one. Vortex pulls ahead again, leading it 3-2. The number 1 rated player is looking human tonight. And we are deadlocked at 3-0. Looking a bit like a rematch of their previous duel. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here, putting together a nice little streak. Vortex is feeling the pressure of that lower historical win rate. He is just untouchable right now, securing another win to take control of the set. The favorite is really making his mark here. He just keeps rolling, picking Vortex right off the ramp to push the score to 6-3. He's showing why he occupies the top spot on the ladder. He is simply outclassing everyone in this set, taking a full 5 in a row. Vortex is having a rough run after that recent loss to the top seed. He's putting on a clinic here, extending that streak to 6 while completely shutting out his opponent. Phantom takes a huge lead at 9-3. This is a shock for the betting crowd since they had the other guy as the favorite. He's just too fast for Vortex right now. Time for Vortex to fight back. Unbelievable. He claws out of that exchange by the skin of his teeth. That was far too close for comfort. That's an incredible save to keep the lead surging. Phantom is making this look effortless, just completely dominating the map right now. His current 10-game run has been nothing short of flawless. Vortex is refusing to go down quietly, showing just enough grit to put a dent in that lead. A total shutout. He steps up and puts the pressure on as a single round now stands between him and victory. Everything is falling into place for the top seed. He just needed a spark and he's found it with a lightning fast snapshot. Vortex is fighting for every bit of ground he can get. He seals the deal with that final strike to close out the series. Just a massive gap in skill and mapas today. He's proving way too strong for anyone to handle right now. Catalyst secures the first one by utilizing the high ground for a huge early advantage. Catalyst normally dominates this pair with a 59% win rate over their history, but looking at the current form, he's really struggling to find his footing today. I wonder if the momentum has shifted in Vortex's favor. Vortex is playing the aggressor here, cleaning up Catalyst right off that toolbox to take a narrow lead. A real scrap on the ramp there, but Vortex is too quick again to pull ahead. Everything is trending in the direction of the top 3 seed right now. He keeps the pressure high, simply erasing the opponent from the ramp. It's a tough afternoon for the number 5 seed. Vortex is on fire, picking the opponent right off the ramp to push his lead to 5. This is a completely different story than the last time they met today. Unreal. Catalyst somehow digs himself out of that hole to win an absolute war of attrition. Just barely clawed his way through that exchange. He manages to catch the opponent on the toolbox to keep this recovery alive. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable right now. What a turnaround! He puts the series level, completely wiping the floor with his opponent. An absolute reset of the board for both of these guys. Vortex answers back quickly to tighten this series up before we head into the break. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly how the match was supposed to look. Vortex is holding his own, but Catalyst is fighting back hard to keep things even. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex edges ahead, taking a thin 7-6 lead. The number 3 seed is really asserting himself here. Catalyst is normally the dominant force in this pairing with a win rate of nearly 60%. But the momentum has completely swung. It's clear he's struggling to overcome a rough streak of form right now. He needs to find a way to break this skid immediately. What a read! He just completely shuts down the competition, showing real grit to keep this deficit manageable. That effectively halts the momentum from those 3 quick rounds. Vortex is just too sharp, catching him while holding the ramp to maintain the 3-round lead. Looking a lot like the result from their most recent trip to Orange. He secures another one from the ramp, refusing to let this lead slip away. He is fighting tooth and nail to stay in the hunt. He simply refuses to back down, catching Vortex right off the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's seriously locking in right now. What an unbelievable shift. He forces the deadlock at 10-10 after an intense exchange. A total scramble for the lead as they head toward the finish. Vortex recovers the lead quickly with a spotless exchange. Vortex puts an end to that rally, securing a towering advantage by firing down from the ramp. He's completely seized control of the closing stretch. Sensationally quick, he keeps his hopes alive and forces the game to the absolute limit. Absolutely unbelievable. He's completely locked in to force this game into overtime. Both players are completely shaken off their heels now. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing a perfect finish to keep the pressure mounting. Total composure from the underdog in this critical moment. Vortex finds his mark from the ramp to keep this battle deadlocked. It's an interesting contrast to their total history together. He just blasts Vortex right off that ramp, showing incredible heart to seize the lead. A quick response there to regain a thin edge. The pace is just electric right now. They are both reacting in fractions of a second. Pure chaos as we head into this final stretch. He manages to outlast his opponent in that duel, putting himself one step closer to victory. That exchange really wore him down. Vortex wins the encounter, shifting the momentum back in his favor as we stay locked at 15 apiece. Vortex barely holds on to that slim 1-point advantage. Vortex is pushing for the finish at 17-15. He's effectively continuing his strong run from their previous set. Vortex holds a narrow 1-point cushion at 17-16. That was a much needed stop for the trailing player. Vortex is putting the screws on at 18-16. He is truly living up to the expectation today. Vortex is cruising toward the finish line at 19-16. He really just slammed the door shot on that one, showing that the momentum has completely shifted this series. He's finally shaking off the historical ghosts of this matchup. What a fight! Phantom gets the early jump using that ramp elevation to secure the opening round. Phantom has been completely locked in with the 16 win streak leading into today. It's a huge contrast to Catalyst, who has been struggling recently. We'll see if the map experience can help Catalyst turn the tide. Phantom pushes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. Just a glimpse of that high-tier skill set on display. Total deadlock now. Catalyst has completely leveled the playing field. He really is fighting an uphill battle against the top seed. Absolute chaos on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top for the third straight. Just a massive shift from how his last few matches went. He's simply not missing, extending his streak to 4 while walking away completely unscathed. He's completely defying the odds right now. Unbelievable. He's just completely taking over this match. Looking like a complete role reversal from their previous encounter today. Phantom secures a clean get and shows some grit to stop that onslaught. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing here. Phantom picks him off the ramp, showing impressive poise to stay in this fight. The top ranked player is finally starting to exert his will. What a frantic exchange. He scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to maintain the lead. Really shaking off that poor run from his last few games. He's refusing to go quiet, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the break. A very tidy finish to close out that exchange. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing comfortably and utilizing his map knowledge. It's a very predictable start for the favorite, despite how he's been playing in other matches today. Time to see if they swap momentum. Phantom manages to hold the ramp and secures another round as he continues his climb back into the match. His experience against the field is starting to show. Catalyst has won 75% of his encounters on this map. It's a strong indicator that he can outplay the league leader regardless of the rating gap. This confidence should help him hold that narrow lead. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, picking Phantom right off the ramp to extend this cushion. Hard to believe he's fighting from a 251-point rating deficit. He's showing real grit, shutting that down from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's finally getting his timing back in these exchanges. He shuts things down from the ramp, proving he's not going away easily. The pressure is really starting to mount on the underdog now. Absolute grit from Phantom, holding that ramp to bring us back to a tie. Total parity between them now, despite the initial gap in skill. He's really heating up now, extending the streak to 4 with a decisive win from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted back to the league leader. Phantom is simply untouchable right now, powering through another round to move within 2 of the win. It feels like the natural order of things is finally restoring itself. Phantom is absolutely cruising now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His sheer consistency is on full display now. Unbelievable. He finishes him off in a total sweep to claim the victory. That's just a clinical finish to a hard-fought set. Despite the map advantage, Catalyst simply couldn't hold off the top seed. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are ready to face off in today's 1v1 elimination match. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage, but Vortex manages to claw out a victory. A surprising start for the top seed on the ladder. Vortex is really shaking things up here, taking a quick lead despite the head-to-head history. The best player on the ladder is looking very vulnerable right now. Unbelievable! Vortex survives on a sliver of health to pull off a third straight win. Hard to believe he's struggling this much given his recent form. Finally, Phantom gets back in the game with an effortless victory after a tense standoff. He's definitely showing why he entered the server as the favorite. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Vortex manages to edge out the win while practically empty. A shocking reversal from their last meeting. Phantom is on a tear with a 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's normally a force to be reckoned with, but he's just not finding a way to answer Vortex right now. We have to see if he can actually snap this skid before the halftime break. A patient approach here, and he shuts everything down with an untouched health bar. The higher seeded player is really struggling to keep up here. Vortex shuts him down right off the boost, extending this heater to 4 straight. It's a total flip from that 13-5 blowout they had earlier today. What a scramble! He holds his nerve on the boost to secure a 5th straight victory. It's a nightmarish shift for the best player in the league. Simply breathtaking. He's just completely dismantled the competition over these last few rounds. The momentum is just staggering right now with this huge streak continuing into the 11th. Vortex is making the #1 player look human today. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 11-1 lead. I mean, he's completely owning the map right now. This is a shocking result given how high the expectations were for Phantom going into this. Time for a mental reset. Phantom finally gets his positioning right, catching him as he tried to push up the ramp. The global rankings certainly reflect a disparity we haven't seen today. He secures the edge from heaven, putting himself 1 round away from a total victory. Everything about this matchup was supposed to go the other way. He manages to clear the Tetris with ease, refusing to let the game end just yet. What a statement. He seals the victory with an effortless final blow to shut it all down. He just completely dismantled the world's best player today, a total shutout from the very beginning. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to face off on Italy to see who comes out on top. What an opening exchange. He barely escapes with his life after that brutal firefight. A solid start for him after that long drought of losses. Catalyst holds a strong historical lead with over 700 total wins against his opponent, and honestly, we're seeing a total reversal of that dynamic today. He's currently in a deep slump, while Vortex is carrying the confidence of a fresh victory in their most recent head-to-head. Another lightning fast reaction, and he's now cruised through 3 straight rounds. Vortex survives a desperate scramble to extend the gap to 4 rounds. Unbelievable. He survives that absolute carnage by a hair to keep his hopes alive. Vortex looks completely locked in before this shift. Vortex is dominating, holding a commanding 5-2 lead. He's really putting that top 2 ladder spot on display. A clean response there, showing some real grit as he tries to close the gap. Vortex should be feeling a bit more pressure now. That is a total shutout to bring the score to 4-5 and keep the momentum shifting. The early favorites are suddenly fighting to keep their lead. Absolute dominance as he levels the score, putting a massive dent in his opponent's lead. Vortex secures another point and takes a slight edge heading into the half. A huge swing from the previous 3 rounds. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, it's a dead heat right now, which makes sense given how close these two are on this specific map. Let's see who takes the lead after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. The number 2 seed is really asserting his authority. He just refuses to go away, leveling the playing field with the perfect response. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground. Vortex keeps his slender 1-round advantage. Neither of them has had a particularly smooth run throughout the day. He just can't be stopped right now, bringing us back to a dead even split. The pre-match favorite is now fighting from a standstill. He's really finding a second wind, taking a hard-fought lead into the next phase. The underdog is making a loud statement in the closing stretch. He is simply on fire, erasing any trace of that early deficit with another flawless snap. Vortex answers back immediately with a blink and you miss it shot. And just like that, Catalyst forces a 10-10 deadlock. A huge contrast to his recent tough run today. He just completely shuts down the momentum swing, claiming his 3rd straight win. The second ranked player is clearly finding his peak today. He just keeps digging in and finds another clean finish to keep things level. He's showing why he's ranked so high on the ladder. He just outpaced the opposition in a blink, putting himself on the verge of victory. What a closing play! He shuts it down right there to secure the match. It's a brutal way to end the day for the 5th seed, but he just couldn't find that one final answer. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. We have a great match today between Catalyst and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one as our #1 ranked player, and usually that class difference is very evident. It's strange to see him start on the back foot after his strong performance over the last day. He'll want to assert himself early to avoid any doubt. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A surprising start for the world #1. The momentum is shifting back and forth constantly. Neither one is letting the other breathe. Catalyst holds a slim 1-round edge heading into this. An impressive showing, especially after that tough loss against Vortex. Catalyst is just dominating, leading it 4-2. Phantom is certainly feeling the pressure now. That was a lightning fast reaction from Phantom to bring this series right back to a tie.
We are deadlocked at 4 apiece as we reset.
He's definitely feeling more confident after that red line victory earlier. Catalyst manages to claw back a narrow 1-round advantage. It's starting to feel like a real grind now, with neither player able to hold the lead for long. He's finally starting to use that experience to his advantage. Catalyst still keeps a tight grip with a 6-5 lead. His recent 27-8 run today has given him a lot of cushion. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. This actually aligns with our read on the match. It's a dead even split, but we expect the top-ranked player to take over now. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom finally edges ahead by a single point. The higher rated player is starting to dictate the pace. The head-to-head record is leaning towards Phantom's side of the ledger, and he's now translating that long-term success into a very convincing lead. This particular map also favors his style. Honestly, Catalyst needs to find an answer quickly, or the gap will just keep widening. Catalyst shows real grit here, clearing him off the ramp for a tidy round. He's definitely showing a lot of resilience in this set. He's refusing to let the lead slip away, securing another quick victory to stay within reach. It's really becoming a dogfight between these two. Phantom pulls back ahead, now leading 10-8. His overall record in their series reflects this control. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now. Those fast rounds are really putting the squeeze on Catalyst. He looks incredibly comfortable with that kind of lead. He just can't find the answer, and now he's just one step away from the victory. His top tier placement is really showing in the final stages of this match. Unbelievable! Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the map. He really took control after that rocky start, showing exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas today as Vortex takes on Phantom in an exciting battle for dominance. Phantom has an impressive 63% all-time win rate and the current momentum clearly favors him. It's really something to see him capitalizing on that top rating to put the pressure on from the start. Let's see if Vortex can dig in. Unbelievable. Vortex barely clings to life after that exchange, evening things up at 1-1. Definitely not the scenario the favorites were hoping for. Phantom strikes back to take a narrow lead. He's definitely capitalizing on that top spot on the ladder. Phantom is just dominating now, leading 3-1. The overall head-to-head history is heavily stacked in his favor. He holds the height from the ramp to secure another round. He's really showing why he holds that #1 spot. Vortex refuses to go away, digging in his heels to chip away at that lead. The underdog is definitely starting to find some gaps in the defense. Phantom has a massive 28-8 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Vortex, who has struggled to stay above 0.5 throughout his recent matches. I wonder if the pressure will finally start to weigh on him. Phantom's grip is tightening with a commanding 6-3 lead. Both of these competitors have been incredibly active throughout the day. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, quickly regaining control of the pace. Tough spot for the second-ranked player to climb out of. Phantom is just running away with this. Up 8-3. The higher rated star is making this look effortless. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead. This is a complete reversal of the pre-match hype. He's outperforming expectations and looks like he could coast to a victory if he keeps this pace. Time to see some fight from Vortex. Vortex finally claws back around, making it 4-9. He's showing that same confidence we saw in their last meeting. A total clash on the ramp there, but Phantom proves too quick to let that slip. His performance throughout the week has been remarkably consistent. Vortex finds another one, narrowing the gap to 5-10. Phantom is simply too sharp here, keeping his composure to push the lead even further. His current form is just an absolute whirlwind lately. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory. He's putting on a clinic just like he did against Sky. A quick response from the challenger to delay the inevitable. Coming off a bit of a rocky start today, he's finally stepping up. Game over! Phantom closes it out with a perfectly timed shot to secure the series. A really convincing performance from the top seed here. He just looked completely in control of the server throughout the set. Welcome to Redline. We've got Catalyst and Vortex stepping up for this duel, and it looks like a very close fight today. A strong opening from Catalyst, using that height on the Tetris to secure the early lead. He needs this start after those tough losses earlier today. Vortex enters this one riding a heavy wave of confidence, having already taken down Catalyst in their most recent meeting. It's an interesting contrast, since the head-to-head history usually favors Catalyst by a significant margin. The key will be whether Catalyst can shake off those recent losses and lean back into his historical dominance. And he stays on fire. That's 3 in a row for Vortex. He's putting on a clinic against one of the top 5 players. Catalyst finally earns a round to get back into the game. He's definitely fighting through a tough run of form lately. Vortex is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Vortex seems to have the measure of him right now. Vortex holds the edge with a tight 4-3 lead. He's definitely feeling the weight of that poor 927 record from today. Vortex is currently the second highest rated player in our league, and he is really putting that status on display here. Well, it is a stark contrast to how Catalyst has been playing throughout the day. This is shaping up to be a very uncomfortable series for the favorite. That's a sharp trade from the ramp, and he's showing real grit to close the gap. A tough way to start the day for the favored side. Vortex is just refusing to let him breathe, shutting down that ramp play quickly. The higher seed is really asserting his presence in this one. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's a surprising turn, since the long-term head-to-head record strongly favors the other side. Catalyst will need a big second half to flip the script. Time to switch it up. He wins the duel on the ramp, keeping his momentum strong as he continues to chase this lead. He's starting to dig in and fight back. Vortex is just too fast for him, completely shutting down that ramp angle to push the lead further. The momentum is shifting toward a higher seed. Vortex is staring down a commanding 9-6 lead. He looks completely locked in for this series. He secures another flawless kill from the ramp, extending his lead to 10. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that victory on AIM Italy P. He absolutely pounces from the box to extend his run to 4. The second ranked player is simply too sharp right now. Just one more round needed now as he maintains his crushing hold on this match. The momentum shift is real after his win against Static today. Catalyst manages to hold the ramp, picking up a crucial round here. He needs to keep this up if he wants to avoid a blowout. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door on the map and secures the victory. That was a complete shutdown of a performance, and it's a tough pill to swallow for Catalyst given how he usually handles this map. Welcome everyone to the dunes. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming in with a high 28-8 record today, which is a huge contrast to his opponent's struggle. Catalyst has been fighting through a rough stretch lately. It will be interesting to see if the top seed can maintain this level of control throughout the map. Phantom pushes ahead, holding a slim 2-1 lead. Phantom is really putting on the pressure early, making it hard for Catalyst to get any footing here. Phantom is just dominating, cruising to a 4-1 lead. Another lightning fast win here, as the momentum swings completely in his favor. He's just completely in charge right now, extending the lead to 6-1. The top-ranked player is really making a statement right now. A swift response from Catalyst to bring the score to 2-6. Phantom holds a significant advantage on this map with a 64% win rate. And we're seeing that translate perfectly into his gameplay as he controls the pace. Catalyst is definitely feeling the pressure of a tough day at the office. Absolutely effortless. He's just ignoring everything Catalyst tries to throw at him. Phantom holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to be the favorite here, but he's just not showing up. We're looking at a potential landslide victory for the world #1. Time to see a comeback. Phantom stays firmly in control at 9-4. A surprising turn of events considering he's faced a tough stretch lately. Catalyst is on fire. He manages to take Phantom right off the box to keep this run going. He's finally shaken off that long winless streak today. He's completely shifted the tide here, securing another clean victory to keep the charge going. Phantom quickly answers back to halt that momentum. The top seed is showing a lot of poise right now. Catalyst just took him straight off the box. He is really putting the #1 seed in a tough spot right now. Phantom is putting on a clinic today, really flexing those #1 seeds. That's a tough day for someone currently sitting at 927. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt and is now just one step away from the win. Expectations are being met as the favorite stays in full command. A critical stand from Catalyst to keep this fight alive. It's a desperate fight for survival from here on out. Another fast exchange goes his way, keeping the dream alive for one more round. The momentum is shifting just when it looked like the end. He refuses to go down without a fight, extending his run to 3 straight. Unreal. He keeps this unbelievable surge alive to push it to 11-12. The pressure is mounting on the top seed now. Absolutely incredible. He's completely leveled the score, forcing this duel into overtime. The momentum swings back instantly as he manages to shut down the onslaught. The top seed has seen a lot of success against him lately. Absolute precision there. An untouchable shot to put the pressure back on the top seed. The underdog is making a huge stand in this overtime clash. The surge continues as he just completely outclasses his opponent here. The confidence shift here is palpable. What a fight. He barely edges out the win in that shootout to reach match point. He's really shaking the confidence out of the favorite right now. A crucial stop there to keep things moving. Phantom is refusing to let this game slip away. What a final shot! Catalyst secures the win and completes the most legendary comeback we've seen today. The mental fortitude to pull that off after such a brutal start today is just stunning. He really earned this victory. What a match! Welcome to Italy. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today, and it looks like the favorite has a strong start. Phantom holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, winning about 61% of their encounters. And it looks like he's bringing that historical superiority into today's session. We have to see if Vortex can find a way to flip the script. Phantom is really starting to pull away now. The world number one is looking sharp today. It's a complete deadlock right now, and it looks like neither one is giving an inch today. A gritty performance from the number 2 seed on the ladder. Vortex takes the lead, barely clinging to a 3-2 advantage. A real shock to the system for the top seed. A total stalemate now. Phantom has clawed back to 3-3. The number 1 seed is looking way more comfortable now. Vortex is playing this one very aggressively, just picking him right off the vine. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. A dead heat at 4-all. These two are locked in. The top seed looks like he's finding his second wind. Phantom just edges ahead, reclaiming a narrow lead. He's really putting those top-seeded credentials on display right now. The pace is picking up, and that last exchange was practically instantaneous. Vortex just sneaked ahead by a single point. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, the favorite has held his own, but he hasn't been able to build any real momentum. It'll be interesting to see who takes control of the second half. Fresh starts for both sides. Phantom takes a slight command at 7-6. He looks unstoppable right now with a massive 28-7 record today. Vortex fires back to tie it up at 7 apiece. It's quite the battle between the top two ranked players today. Vortex is starting to build some serious momentum here, looking completely different than he did early on. He just can't be stopped right now, taking down the favorite to extend the lead to 9-7. A total reversal of fortune for the current top player. He's completely taken over the map, extending that winning streak to 4. A total turnaround from that 13-6 loss they had earlier today. Phantom shows great resolve, cleaning him off the wine to keep his hopes alive. He's finally found an answer to that aggressive push. Vortex is really starting to pile up the pressure here, just a few steps away from closing this out. This has been anything but a typical encounter for the favorite. What a flash of brilliance, he's just one victory away from the win. The momentum has completely shifted into his hands. Phantom shuts that down instantly, picking him right off the Tetris. That's the kind of composure we expect from the league's best. Unreal! Vortex closes it out and seals the victory. The lower ranked player really stepped up when it mattered most today. He completely shook the confidence out of the world number one. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who takes the victory today. Catalyst reacts quickly, cutting Vortex off as he tries to push out from the ramp. Vortex usually handles this matchup well, but he's shaky early. Catalyst holds a strong historical edge in the head-to-head over the years, but the current score doesn't tell the whole story. Vortex is significantly higher in our rating, so we have to see if he can actually leverage that class difference to claw back. It'll be a fight to see who settles in first. We're all square now, and both players look locked in. The current momentum mirrors that last series they shared. That's a total turnaround. He's just completely taken over the server right now. A really clean finish there to keep the score dead even. It's a bit of a relief for him given that recent loss on red line. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. Vortex has been much more reliable recently with a 70% win rate. Vortex answers back, bringing us back to a draw. Vortex is definitely on the front foot now, securing 2 quick wins to widen that gap. He really looks comfortable keeping the pressure on today. They're neck and neck at 5 apiece. This has become a grueling battle of wills. Catalyst regains a narrow lead as we hit round 11. He's really fighting to overcome that tough loss earlier today. We're sitting at a 6-6 tie heading into the break. Well, it's essentially a dead heat. Catalyst is performing exactly how we thought he would, but Vortex is showing why he's rated higher right now. Fresh start for both players. Vortex is playing that ramp perfectly right now, using the angle to pull ahead again. It's interesting to see the higher rated player outclassing him today. Catalyst has seen his overall win rate plummet to just 10% in his last 10 appearances. And this current slump is starting to look like a real pattern. It's a surprising shift for someone who normally dominates this rivalry and is now struggling to find any answer for the pressure Vortex is applying. A gritty exchange that finally went in favor of the leader, pushing his lead to 3 games. He just can't find a way to stop him. Another clean victory from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. The ladder placement is definitely starting to show. A strong response from the underdog to halt that run. A needed spark for the number 5 seed right now. He's not letting up now, quickly shutting the door on that attempt to regain control. What a wild fight. But he manages to outlast the other and secure his 3rd straight point. He is truly staring down that lead now. Absolute perfection from Catalyst, who has now stormed back to erase every bit of that early deficit. He's playing with way more confidence than his recent form suggested. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming another victory from the ramp to extend his run to 5. It's a total flip from how the early game looked. Vortex secures this one from the ramp, bringing us back to an 11-all deadlock. He's really capitalizing on that superior ladder position right now. Vortex shuts him down on the ramp, putting himself just a single round away from the win. The higher seed is finally showing a lot of composure. And there it is. Vortex closes out the series with an absolute clinic in the final engagement. That was a nail-biter until the very end. He really had to fight through that massive 5-round push to get this done. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top today. Emotion Mid Phantom has really found his form lately with a 26-9 record over the last day. That contrast is a huge factor since Catalyst has been fighting a tough skid recently. I wonder if the gap in confidence will widen as this set goes on Emotion Mid. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, quickly picking Phantom off the ramp to take a commanding early lead. A huge challenge for the top seed right now. Both players are deadlocked as we head into round 5. The top ranked player in the league is making his presence felt. Phantom just barely edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. It's worth noting that he actually holds the lifetime edge in this rivalry. Emotion Mid, this match is a total toss-up right now. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other Emotion Mid. Catalyst regains control, leading the way 4-3. He's managing to outplay the world #1 in this set. Phantom secures that trade from the Tetris, and suddenly we are right back to an even split. The top seed is really digging in for a fight here. Phantom is starting to separate himself here, using that height on the boost to put a grip on the match. The odds might favor the other side, but the skill gap is showing. Catalyst earns a quick win from the Tetris, keeping things tight as we approach the half. The odds definitely didn't expect this kind of back and forth. Phantom has the upper hand going into round 11. He's definitely acting like the world #1 right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the standings expected a struggle for the underdog, but he is actually the one dictating the pace here. He looks sharp and ready to close this out. Let's see if Catalyst can pivot here. Phantom still holds a thin 7-6 advantage here. He's definitely showing why he's a top 5 seed tonight. Emotion Mid Phantom looks like he's finally settling into a rhythm now that he's in control. He's putting his top seed status on full display with the way he's shutting down these exchanges. The momentum is swinging firmly his way. Emotion Mid. Emotion Mid Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, quickly picking Catalyst off the ramp to extend his lead. Emotion Mid. Absolute control from the top seed, walking away from this exchange without losing a single health point. He keeps his composure and wins the duel from the boost to claw back another round. That was a long one, but he manages to come through. He's showing a lot of heart, picking up another quick win to keep the deficit manageable. Catalyst had a momentary spark, but he just can't seem to string a few together against this opponent. He's showing some real grit here, shutting the door on a potential run to tighten the gap. It's a huge shift in momentum for the underdog. He takes another round from the Tetris, putting himself just one step away from victory. He's really capitalizing on that high seed placement in this server. And there it is. Phantom secures the victory with a completely clean finish to end the game. He's really hammering home that dominance today, barely letting the other guy get a foothold in those late exchanges. Welcome everyone, we have Vortex and Phantom facing off on the red line to see who comes out on top today. Vortex comes out swinging, using that height on the ramp to grab the opening round. The #1 rated guy in the league will need to shake this off. Phantom historically owns this matchup with a win rate over 60%. It's just surprising to see him struggling to find any footing this early in the series. He'll need to break this streak soon. Vortex is dominating here with a commanding 2-1 lead. Phantom is certainly putting that world #1 status on display. Vortex is just too quick today, shutting Phantom down even from the Tetris. This is a tough way to start for the world #1. Vortex is simply running away with this, leading 4-1. He's really having a day today, putting up a strong 27-9. He claims another victory from the ramp, completely taking over this set. The pressure is mounting for the league's top seed. Phantom answers back from the Tetris, keeping the deficit at 3. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Vortex is coming in with an impressive 3-match win streak right now. Look, you can see that confidence bleeding into this specific map, where he's typically a significant underdog. It'll be a massive mental hurdle if Phantom can find a way to stop this momentum. Vortex is just relentless, sitting pretty at 7-3. Still can't believe the outcome of their last series together. Vortex catches him right as he's peeking over that ramp, putting a huge distance between them now. He's having a much harder time today than he did against Catalyst. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He's just outclassing the #1 seed right now, making the early game look easy. Let's see a big response now. Phantom manages to clear him off that ramp and earns a little bit of breathing room. He's been incredibly productive in his other matches today. Phantom just cleared those boxes out and is really starting to close the gap. He's really showing that high-tier experience right now. Vortex now holds a massive 5-round cushion at 10-5. Vortex just shuts the door from the ramp, and honestly, it's getting harder for Phantom to see a way back into this. Phantom is digging in here, refusing to let this slide away completely. The 27-9 record today shows exactly why he's such a threat. Phantom is finally getting the wind back in his sails, and he's doing it by claiming the high ground. A fierce duel from the ramp, and Vortex comes out on top to bring himself within 1 round of victory. The dynamic is completely flipped from what we expected going in. Phantom manages to salvage another round, preventing the immediate conclusion of this set. That's a much better look for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the top seed today, taking control of a map he usually struggles with. Welcome to the stream. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on Orange today, and Vortex is looking very strong. Vortex has been on fire lately, winning 80% of his last 10 games. It's a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who has been struggling to find any momentum in his recent matches. We'll see if the higher rated player can keep this lead. Vortex just wipes him right off the ramp, extending the lead to 3-0. His recent head-to-head record against this opponent is looking much stronger. A huge response from Catalyst, who walks away from that engagement completely unscathed. A small but important spark for the underdog. He's not going away quietly, putting together a nice little run to close the gap. The pressure is starting to mount on the favorite. Unbelievable. He's completely turned the tide to tie it up at 3-3. A completely different series than what we expected heading in. Vortex quickly regains the lead, shutting down the comeback attempt. That top 2 rating is starting to reflect in the gameplay. Catalyst has traditionally dominated this rivalry, winning over 600 more matches than his opponent over their entire history. But Vortex is the one playing with confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can push this momentum into a truly commanding lead. He's just too sharp right now, leveling the series at 5-5. A fast, clean execution to keep the series deadlocked. A grueling firefight, but he manages to edge out the win and extend his run to 3. A total turnaround from how this game started. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Everything is going exactly as planned for him so far. He's really playing up to his reputation as the veteran in this rivalry. Fresh sides. Let's get back to it. A completely effortless round for the leader, pushing his advantage further to 8-5. He's really making this look easy despite the pre-match projections. Both players took heavy damage, but he barely manages to scrape out the win to keep this surge going. That was an incredibly close call on the health bars. A fierce exchange of fire, but he stays composed to put himself in a commanding position. Clean trade that lets Vortex get back on the board. He's definitely feeling the effects of that tough 9-27 run today. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 10-7. He really looks like the better player on the server right now. What a scrap! He clings on with a sliver of health to keep the comeback rolling. He's really digging in to close this gap. Absolutely wild. He barely makes it out alive, securing a precarious lead of 11-8. Everything just seems to be going the veteran's way. Another clean victory for Catalyst, and he is now just 1 round away from taking the match. Vortex is really feeling the heat now. What a performance! He finishes the job without taking a single point of damage to secure the victory. He's finally snapped at that cold streak and looks like his old self again. A huge confidence boost for the man. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one with a massive historical advantage here, boasting a 69% win rate on the map. It's exactly why he's sitting at the top of our rating system. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find an answer for that level of experience. Phantom is really starting to pull away here. The top seed is definitely feeling some pressure right now. Good heavens, what a fight! He claws back around and ties things up, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's really fighting back after that 13-9 loss earlier today. Phantom holds the edge with 3 rounds in the bag. He's really taking advantage of that gap in the ladder. Things are deadlocked as Catalyst forces a tie. Surprisingly, the #1 rated player is the one struggling right now. Unreal, he barely escapes that ramp brawl with his life, but manages to pull ahead 4-3. His recent form has been a bit shaky lately. We are completely level at 4-all. The total head-to-head record definitely tilts in his favor. Catalyst just snatched the lead with a 5-4 advantage. He really seems to have the measure of the top seed today. Neither player can really pull away today. We're seeing a back and forth battle that's keeping us on the edge of our seats. That's a stark contrast to the struggles he had against Vortex earlier. Catalyst keeps his narrow lead, moving to 6. That's a surprisingly tough time for the league's top seed. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this side is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's managing to keep the world #1 at arm's length for now. Let's see if Phantom wakes up. Catalyst has barely managed a 10-win day so far. It's really surprising to see him this focused, given that he struggled in almost every other match he's played today. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. Phantom completely controls this exchange, showing real grit to chip away at that lead. He needed to stop that bleeding and find some stability. Catalyst is firmly in control with the 3-round cushion. He is really defying his poor recent form today. Phantom is refusing to go away, effortlessly shutting down the exchange to keep himself within striking distance. The momentum is definitely shifting in his direction. What an absolute war! He barely edges this out to tighten the gap further. He's really starting to tighten the noose here. Catalyst uses that verticality to his advantage, staying sharp and holding on to the lead. Catalyst is putting together a real run here, and is now just a few steps away from a massive victory. It's wild that this match is mirroring his earlier victory today. He's on fire now, moving to 12 with that 3rd straight victory. The top seed is really struggling to find his footing in this series. Absolutely heart-stopping. He barely survives that exchange with a single point of health left. Just absolute chaos in that exchange. Phantom just keeps fighting, refusing to buckle under the pressure. The top seed is starting to look like the player we expected. What a finish! Catalyst secures the final kill to claim the series. He really stepped up when it counted, taking down the favorite despite the history on this map. Just a huge statement for him today. What a battle. Welcome to the match on Dunes. Vortex and Phantom are facing off, with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Phantom has clearly been the stronger force over the long term with a 63% all-time win rate. So yeah, he's looking to maintain that dominance in a series where he's historically owned the head-to-head. Let's see if Vortex can flip the script today. Unreal! He just barely manages to scrap through that exchange with a handful of health left. It's exactly what you'd expect from the current number one on the ladder. He's just untouchable right now, taking full control of the early game. That's a strong start for someone who just came off 2 losses. Vortex manages to knock him off the box to stop that early onslaught. A surprising turn for the underdog so far. Phantom is nearly perfect, leading 4-1. He's already putting up a massive 25-11 record in the last day. Phantom keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 5-1. His top ranking is certainly playing a role here. He's simply too fast for him, picking up another win and extending the gap. He's simply in another gear, making this look effortless with a clean 4th straight. The top seed is simply refusing to let up. He's just on fire, putting together a staggering 5-game run. Everything is going exactly as the ladder predicted. A complete shutdown here, with his 6th win in a row. The top seed is making a strong case for that number 1 spot. Vortex finds a sharp response here to snap that run. He's definitely showing why he's currently 2nd in the league. Phantom heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead, and honestly, the supposed underdog is just completely outclassing the favorite here. He looks very comfortable on Dunes, which makes sense given his 64% win rate on the map. Vortex needs a big wake-up call. Vortex has really found his confidence after that 13-8 victory in their most recent encounter. He's turning this series into a mirror image of that fight. If he keeps this pace, the gap in their ladder rankings won't matter. Phantom is just relentless, sitting pretty at 10-4. He's playing with a lot of composure right now. These rounds are ending in a blink. Phantom is just too quick for him right now. The top seed is making it look easy. He doesn't miss a beat, walking away completely unscathed to put himself in a position to end this right now. What a scramble! He hangs on by a thread to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly tight fight to get him back on the board. Absolutely flawless ending from Phantom, securing the match victory from the box. He just completely stifled any hope of a comeback. Phantom's comfort on this map really shone through today. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Vortex facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 60% of their encounters. It's a bit surprising to see the odds leaning toward Vortex today given that historical edge. It'll be interesting to see if that dominance translates to this specific map. Vortex is quickly pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. He is definitely playing like the higher rated player so far. We've got ourselves a real stalemate here. These two are simply trading blows. That's a huge response from the world number 5. Catalyst claws back to take a slim 3-2 lead. Vortex is having a tough run after those 2 losses today. He just picks him right off the vine, keeping the streak alive. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player right now. A messy encounter here, but he manages to come out on top. He really is showing that top 2 form on the ladder. Everything's completely reset now, with Catalyst and Vortex locked at 4-all. Catalyst surges back into the lead at 5-4. He's showing a lot of grit given those tougher results earlier today. Catalyst is really putting his recent struggles aside and leaning into a massive 759 to 525 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a complete turnaround compared to his poor 11-25 record today. He's finally acting like the favorite again. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Everything is going according to plan here for the favorite. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to close that gap in the next 6 rounds. Vortex needs to find some answers here. Vortex is staying tough, answering back immediately with a perfectly placed shot. This is exactly why he was tipped to win this series. What a brawl! He barely scrapes through that exchange to extend his lead. That was a hair's breadth of a victory. He's definitely proving he belongs in the top 5 today. Vortex keeps the pressure on with a rapid fire exchange, showing some real tenacity. Catalyst tightens the grip now, pushing it to 9-7. Vortex really needs to regain his footing after that loss to Phantom. Vortex puts the pressure back on, picking his opponent right off the vine. He is refusing to let this slip away. Catalyst extends his cushion to a 2-round advantage. That was practically instantaneous. Catalyst is really putting his foot on the gas now, making it a 3-round gap. This is a bit of a nightmare for the second-ranked guy. Vortex is staying stubborn, shutting that door quickly with a precise burst. A lightning fast trade to keep the game alive. He's putting up a serious fight, shutting that down without taking a single hit. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the favorite. Absolutely stunning. He's completely erased that deficit and we are all square at 11. He strikes first in this exchange to reach match point. He's keeping his composure in the face of the pressure. Unbelievable finish. He guts out the final fight to close it all out. He really dug deep to secure that victory after the world number 2 fought him all the way. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Unreal, Phantom clings to a sliver of health after that fight from the wine box. The latter's top-rated player is starting the match strong. Phantom has been on a tear today with a 26-10 record over the last day, and honestly, it shows in how easily he's starting this set. He's historically dominated this particular map, which makes this early lead feel like a foregone conclusion. Catalyst keeps his head high and secures a clean win to stay in the fight. The underdog is finally starting to push back. He secures the kill from the toolbox to tighten the grip on this set. He's really shaking the confidence out of his opponent right now. Phantom takes a commanding 4-2 lead heading into round 6. He is definitely playing like the #1 seed right now. Catalyst puts on a clinic from the ramp, refusing to let this lead get out of hand. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite now. Phantom holds that high ground on the ramp to pull away further. It's an interesting dynamic, since they just went the opposite way in their previous encounter. The gap is narrowing as he proves he can hang with the leader. This is looking a lot closer than the initial odds suggested. What a turn of events! He takes another from the ramp to even this series up. Absolutely zero fear from the low-ranked player right now. Phantom manages to clear him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. It's a toss-up right now despite the gap in their ratings. Phantom takes the lead 7-5. I mean, it is weird seeing the underdog on top when the world expected a Catalyst victory. He's leaning on that 68% map win rate to stay aggressive. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Phantom holds the upper hand in over 1,000 lifetime encounters between the two. And that historical dominance is starting to weigh on Catalyst as he falls further behind. He'll need to find a way to reset if he wants to avoid another blowout. Another huge look from the ramp as he continues this fierce rally. He is completely changing the momentum of this set. He manages to pick Phantom off the wine box to bring this series completely level. It's a complete deadlock between these two now. Unbelievable. He holds the lead from the planks to secure his 4th straight win. Total shift in control as he pulls ahead in the count. He's simply unstoppable right now, charging toward double digits with 5 in a row. The script has been completely flipped for this encounter. Phantom puts an end to that round by picking him off the wall. The top seed is finally stepping up when it counts. We are all tied up at 10-all. The top seed is definitely regaining his composure. What a shot! He simply outreacted the opposition to seize the lead. This battle is purely about who can blink last now, as they've completely mirrored each other's every move. Both of these players are famously consistent over thousands of games. Phantom puts the pressure on, denying the challenger from the toolbox to move within a single point of victory. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Absolute perfection on the final shot to seal the deal. He really had to dig deep for that one. After the lead slipped away in the mid-game. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping up for a great 1v1 match today. We'll take a quick breather now, but stay tuned for more Vortex versus Phantom. And we are back in action at the arena with Vortex and Phantom tied at 0. Phantom holds a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head record, taking 61% of their previous encounters. He's showing a lot of confidence right now, after that crushing 13-5 win in their most recent meeting. This start puts some serious pressure on Vortex to find an answer quickly. Unbelievable. He survives on a heartbeat to secure a second straight victory. The world number 1 is looking surprisingly vulnerable early on. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they head back out. A very clean performance so far from the world number 1. Phantom's now edging ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. His dominance today is evident, having already put up a 25-10 record. He's taking complete control of the match now, cruising toward a wider lead. He's really making the most of that 25-10 day. He's simply on another level right now, putting the pressure firmly on Vortex. He's really putting his status as the number 1 seed on display. He's just totally outclassing his opponent right now, taking his 5th straight win. What a fight! Vortex barely scrapes through that encounter alive, cutting the deficit down to 3. He needs to put some distance between himself and the number 2 seed. Phantom is currently playing with an incredible amount of confidence, boasting a 25-10 record over the last day. It's making a huge difference as he looks completely comfortable throughout these opening rounds. It will take a significant shift in energy for Vortex to get this back on track. Phantom takes a strong lead at 8-4, and honestly, this is a bit of a shock given the pre-match hype for Vortex. The underdog is clearly finding his footing on this map, while his opponent is struggling to hold his own. Time to see some adjustments. Phantom manages to shut that door quickly, taking the win from the Tetris. His superior all-time win rate is really starting to show through. Phantom is just ruthless, pulling well ahead at 10-4. The top seed is playing perfectly right now. Vortex quickly punished that positioning, shutting down Phantom's attempt to play from the Tetris. Vortex is fighting back, narrowing the gap to 6-10. The underdog is starting to look very dangerous right now. He is simply refusing to let up now, securing another huge victory in this run. Phantom secures another round from the boost, putting a significant gap between them. The top-ranked player in the world is asserting himself right now. He shuts down that momentum instantly, moving back to within a single round of victory. He's really making the most of his top seeding here. Absolutely insane. He claws back around by the skin of his teeth. A really gutsy play there to keep this dream alive. He just completely ignores the danger and takes Phantom right off that box. The pressure is shifting fast as the gap continues to close. And there it is. Phantom shuts everything down to secure the match victory. He really puts on a clinic here, proving exactly why he sits at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto Mappas for another clash to see who takes the win. Catalyst really owns this rivalry with a 59% head-to-head win rate over the long term. It makes sense why he feels so comfortable early on despite the ranking gap. We have to see if Vortex can actually shift that momentum today. Vortex is really putting on the pressure right now, shutting down Catalyst even while he's holding that ramp. The higher seed is really making his presence felt. We're all squared up at 2 apiece. A tough set of results for Vortex today with those last few losses. Catalyst takes a slim lead, putting him up 3-2. This is a rough stretch for a player ranked second on the ladder. Vortex is answering back quickly. He's not letting Catalyst keep a grip on this series. Talk about a stalemate. Both of them were fighting for that ramp, but Catalyst managed to come out on top. Vortex has been having a really tough run of results lately. Total deadlock now with both players tied at 4. Looking really sharp for someone who's struggling to find a win today. Vortex edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. He's really taking advantage of that top 2 ladder positioning. We've got a complete toss-up on our hands as we head into the final stretch of the first half. A tough afternoon so far for a player with that high of a rating. Vortex clings to a 1-round cushion for now. It's encouraging for him after that loss to Phantom earlier today. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-6. Well, it's essentially a mirror match right now. Catalyst is keeping things right where we expected, refusing to give up any ground to the higher ranked player. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst strikes first after the break to lead 7-6. That was an incredibly quick exchange. And just like that, Vortex levels things up at 7-0. Hard for him to shake off that heavy 10-26 run today. He's starting to pull away. Catalyst has really found his footing in this late game stretch. Neither man has fully broken through yet. Catalyst is showing a lot of poise right now, moving closer to victory after that last encounter. He's managing to distance himself from the pressure despite his tough overall run in the league today. I wonder if he can close the door on this series before Vortex recovers. That was far too easy for him. He's simply too sharp right now, taking full control of this game. He's really putting the pressure on the second highest ranked player right now. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to reach match point. A total roller coaster of a round for the trailing player. Absolutely electric. He shuts everything down to secure the match victory. He just completely dismantled the defense after that halfway point, leaving no room for a comeback. A dominating performance to get back in the win column. Welcome to the match on Orange. We have Catalyst taking on the top-rated Phantom in a battle for dominance. Phantom is a powerhouse with a career win rate of 63%, but he's coming into this specific clash having dropped the first round to a player who struggled significantly over the last day. We have to see if the top-ranked pro can actually get his head in the game. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on Phantom now. The number 1 seed is finally starting to show. The tide has completely shifted. We're seeing a real swing in momentum as the top seed takes control. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we enter round 6. A huge contrast to his recent struggles today. Phantom is trailing by 2 and needs a spark. The rating gap suggests he should be making plays right now. The pace is picking up. These exchanges are getting faster as the match tightens up. His experience on this map is really starting to matter. Catalyst is clearly the one in control here, despite a challenging day with only 10 wins in his last 26 games. So yeah, it's fascinating to see him defy those recent trends by pushing the league's top player to the limit. Catalyst is cruising along with a commanding 6-3 lead. It's rare to see the best player in the league struggle this much. He's completely taking over, putting Phantom on the defensive with another effortless win. This is a tough stretch for the world number 1. A clean response here to keep the scoreline from widening too far. The world number 1 is showing some resilience here. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we go into the break. You know, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. He's looking sharp despite the top seed's superior map history. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst manages to keep the lead, utilizing that ramp for a nice vantage point. It's a massive swing from the 10-26 record he's posted today. What a statement for Phantom, stepping up to close the gap and keeping his composure. The ladder leader is finally starting to assert that authority. A cautious exchange that finally broke in favor of the trailing player who looks completely unfazed. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Catalyst is still out front with a 2-round cushion. It's a huge contrast to the way their last set ended. Catalyst is really running away with this 10-7 lead. The higher rated player is struggling to find any footing. Both players were deeply hurt in that exchange, but he managed to scrape through for the win. Neither player looks completely unscathed after that brawl. Another flawless win for Phantom, who is refusing to let this match slip away. The lead is practically gone now. Absolute perfection here. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A complete reset on the board as we head into the final stretch. Catalyst just outdueled him from the ramp to reclaim the lead. The 5 seed is really making a case for himself tonight. He completely shuts that down to lock this series into a dead heat. The underdog has truly pushed this to the absolute limit. That was a grueling back and forth struggle, but Phantom manages to survive and move within one round of victory. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Unbelievable. He overcomes a massive early deficit to close out the series with a stunning comeback. Catalyst was practically untouchable for a huge chunk of that, but his nerves just failed him at the finish. He really fought hard to keep this one alive. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking strong today. Phantom has historically taken a lot of these encounters, winning 61% of their career matches. So it is interesting to see him trailing early after a huge surge of success in his recent games. It will be a fight to see if he can recover his composure. Vortex keeps the pressure on, catching Phantom right off that container to take the lead. The league's best player is definitely feeling the heat right now. We're all squared up now, a total deadlock. The world number one is certainly looking sharp tonight. Vortex now holds a thin edge, leading 3-2. He's trying to erase that memory from their last meet. These opening exchanges are just lightning fast. Neither one of them is giving an inch tonight. Phantom strikes back, edging ahead with a 4-3 lead. He's really showing why he's currently top of the ladder. Absolute chaos now. Vortex and Phantom are tied at 4. Just a few hours ago, he was rolling through a dominant 26-9 run. Vortex is really starting to build some momentum here, taking control of the pace. Vortex is finally making a dent in that massive all-time deficit. Phantom really stepped up the aggression there, cleaning that out from the wine position. Neither one is letting the other get an inch of breathing room. Vortex just pulls ahead by 1 in this nail biter. An impressive run of form for the number 2 player today. We go into the break tied at 6 apiece. The favorite is holding his ground for now. It's a very close start, keeping things exactly where we expected them to be. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is back in the driver's seat at 7-6. It's a surprising look for someone typically cast as the underdog. Vortex is just not letting him breathe, picking him right off that wine position to extend the lead. The number 1 seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Vortex extends the gap to 8-7 after that play. Just looks like a mirror image of the 39 result from earlier. Vortex gets an amazing read from the Tetris to keep this lead growing. He's really turning the tide on the overall matchup here. Vortex is still holding the line at 9-8. Vortex definitely has his work cut out for him against a dominant opponent. Vortex is really putting the screws to him now, quickly dealing with Phantom from that wine position. Hard to believe he's the one trailing here. Vortex is clinging to a precarious 1-round lead. That was a surgical response to close the gap. And we're back to a dead heat at 10 apiece. Both of them are fighting for every single point in this one. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, just a hair away from forcing a huge upset. It's almost unbelievable how much the momentum has shifted. Vortex keeps his composure from the wine and is now a single round away from victory. It is a completely different story than their usual encounters. Phantom manages to find the opening and kicks the leader of the Tetris. A huge moment for the favorite to keep this alive. He is refusing to let the match slip away. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts the door right here, closing out the series with a perfect final shot. He really stepped up to the plate today and proved he can trade blows with the top seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on red line to see who can claim the victory. Catalyst is coming out swinging, taking out Vortex right as he stepped up the ramp. Vortex really needs to step up given his high ranking. Vortex is playing a very disciplined game, keeping his head and taking a top-tier opponent right off the box. Vortex holds the edge in our rating right now. Catalyst has dominated the long-term head-to-head, owning about 60% of their lifetime meetings. It is quite a contrast to the current scoreline. He is clearly the preferred bet in this rivalry, yet he is currently fighting an uphill battle. We've got a total deadlock at 2 apiece. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that recent 13-7 victory. Vortex edges ahead and now controls the pace. Purely a flash of the wrist for that round. Vortex is really starting to find his stride here, putting a serious dent in Catalyst's early momentum. The rankings clearly put him at the top of the ladder. He's simply not missing. Vortex shuts things down again to extend his lead. The overall win rate suggests a different outcome for this pair. He's just not letting up, making it 4 straight for the leader. The top 2 clash is really living up to the hype. Absolutely untouchable right now. 5 straight for the leader, and he walked away from that one without taking a single hit. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another win to keep this streak alive. The raw rating difference is showing itself in this set. Catalyst claws one back in a messy exchange just before the side switch. A timely stop to prevent a total collapse. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is completely flipping the script right now. Despite the map stats favoring Catalyst, the server tells a different story today. Let's see a new reaction. Catalyst is making a move, catching Vortex while he was trying to clear the ramp. He's starting to look more comfortable as the match progresses. A real battle of wills on the ramp, but Vortex comes out on top and keeps the lead. He's really leaning into that second place ranking to keep his lead. Vortex holds that high ground on the ramp and it's paying off big time. A bit of a rough day overall for the 5th ranked player. Catalyst is historically a powerhouse on this layout with a 75% win rate. It's a stark difference when you look at his 11-25 record from the last 24 hours. He's clearly struggling for consistency today, regardless of his overall map edge. Vortex gets the better of him here, winning the duel despite Catalyst holding the Tetris position. Catalyst is definitely starting to put some pressure on the leader now. Both players are looking fatigued after a long day of matches. Catalyst manages to knock him off the ramp, keeping the comeback alive. He is fighting for every single inch of ground now. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing a third straight victory from the ramp. The gap in their rankings is nearly irrelevant at this stage. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped out the lead to bring us level at 11-11. A total reset of the board as we head into the final stretch. Vortex regains control of the series and is now just a single round away from victory. That was a much slower pace compared to the previous few.
What a way to force a tie. He just completely shut down that exchange to push us into overtime.
A huge moment to force this deeper into the match. Vortex is refusing to let the momentum shift, catching Catalyst right as he tried to use the ramp. Sensing a bit of a revenge arc after that last defeat. Vortex keeps the momentum high, trading shots from the box to put himself in a great spot. He's playing some incredibly precise CS right now. What a fight! He barely keeps his head above water, securing the win with just 5 HP left. Absolute desperation there to pull that off. He's just refusing to go away, evening the series completely at 14-14. This is turning into a complete toss-up, regardless of the rankings. Vortex pulls ahead again, simply outclassing his opponent in a fight for that ramp control. He's showing exactly why he holds that higher seed. Absolute brilliance to close it out from the ramp. Vortex takes the match. He really fought through the blood and grime for that one, and it pays off in the end. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top today. Phantom comes into this as the top rated player on our ladder, so yeah, that means Catalyst is essentially fighting an uphill battle despite that early lead. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. Phantom really capitalized on that high ground to get the round back. These two have such a long history, it's practically a blood feud. Catalyst holds a narrow edge as we head back in. That head-to-head history is usually a bit more one-sided. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's been absolutely on fire with 25 wins today. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Catalyst is reacting almost instantly. Phantom was completely unfazed by that high ground advantage, just cleaning the floor with Catalyst. It's getting difficult for Catalyst to find the rhythm tonight. Phantom is really starting to pick up speed now, putting the pressure on with that second straight win. A tough way to start for the NAFA 5 seeds today. And just like that, Phantom ties this up at 4. He's really shaking off that close loss from their last encounter. Catalyst barely clings to the lead at 5-4. It's an interesting shift for the top seed to be playing from behind. A total shutout as he clears Phantom right off the Tetris, keeping the streak alive. A tough spot for the top seed to be in. Phantom pulls a narrow victory out of the chaos, picking the opponent off the Tetris to close the half. A strong performance today from that number 1 seed. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He used that 3-game run to put himself in a great spot heading into the second half. Let's see how the switch plays out. Catalyst is really starting to pull away, capitalizing on that high ground to build a 3-round lead. This is a total flip from their most recent encounter. Phantom keeps the pressure high, knocking him straight off the boost to narrow the gap. He definitely looks more comfortable now than he did early on. He's showing a lot of grit, clawing his way back toward a tie. He's playing exactly to the expectations we had before this start. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped out the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos as the momentum completely shifts in this set. Catalyst takes control again, sweeping him right off the Tetris. Still a battle of wills for the top seed. What a stand from Phantom, picking him off the ramp to bring us back to a dead-even score. He's truly showing why he's currently the top-ranked player in this field. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scramble on the ramp, walking away with a hair's breadth of health. Total scramble there, both of them just trading everything. Catalyst is just punishing him from that Tetris position, putting a real dent in Phantom's confidence right now. Phantom is refusing to back down, securing another win to keep the pressure on. This is exactly why he entered as the clear favorite today. What a shot! He completely shut that down and has now erased every single lead Catalyst ever held. He just snapped that momentum right back and now he's sitting on match point. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get back on top. What an absolute scrap. He barely walks away with his life, forcing this whole thing into overtime. Absolute nail-biter as we head into the extra frames. Absolutely outclassed in that exchange, and the resilience from the top seed is just staggering. He is playing at a level that matches his top-tier status. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another victory and extending his streak to 3. He's just completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback. Wow, Catalyst puts a stop to that run and drags him down from the boost. The underdog is showing an incredible amount of heart in this overtime. Catalyst is really digging in here, managing to outplay Phantom even with him perched up on the Tetris. The 5 seed is proving he can trade blows with the best. He's just cruising right now, taking a huge lead in this overtime fight. The pressure is clearly getting to him. Unbelievable. Catalyst closes it out and secures the victory. He really dug deep to take down the world's best in a series that had everything. A massive result for the underdog. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Fast Aim to see who wins. Phantom holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, boasting over 2,400 total wins. It's clear he's usually the one controlling these matchups. We have to see if he can actually convert that long-term dominance into a result today. Unreal. He barely clings to life after a fierce fight to take Vortex off the ramp. He's putting that #1 rank on display right now. He's completely in control, finishing another round without taking any damage. It's exactly how you'd expect it to go for the top seed. A fast set of shots from the ramp, and Phantom extends his lead to 4. He looks completely locked in after that 25-10 run today. A perfect execution here to wipe him off the ramp and keep the streak moving. Vortex is really struggling to bring that Italy P magic over to this map. He's just too fast, securing another one to push his lead to 6. It's a complete reversal from the series. They just wrapped on Italy. Wow, he barely escapes with his life to take out Phantom from the ramp. He's finally found a way to claw back into this. Phantom is leaning heavily into his 68% map win rate right now. So yeah, the numbers are lining up for the top seed to take full control. The real test will be if Vortex can find any stability before things get out of hand. Phantom has no trouble dealing with those high angles, and he's just picking Vortex apart now. The top spot on the ladder is making a strong case here. Phantom's just cruising along with a commanding 8-3 lead. Vortex is definitely showing why he's sitting at #2 right now. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Honestly, this is a complete reversal from what most people predicted. He's making a strong case for an upset after that 6-round streak. Time to see a comeback. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. It's a huge contrast to the result we saw in Italy earlier. Vortex grabs one back, but it's still 10-4. Vortex is starting to put some serious pressure on Phantom now. He's looking surprisingly sharp right now. Phantom is too quick, shutting down that attempt from the ramp to stay well ahead. The higher seeded player is reclaiming his ground here. He just completely shuts down the comeback effort, picking his opponent right off the wine box to secure match point. Vortex puts on a clinic from the ramp to deny a quick end-in. That's a huge breath of air for the underdog. He's holding his ground on the ramp, managing to put up another fight to keep this match going. He's starting to look far more comfortable in these exchanges. What a finish! Phantom clears him off the bricks to secure the victory. He really put on a show today, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of that leaderboard. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Phantom are heading onto Mapas today to see who comes out on top in this one. What a frantic scramble. Catalyst barely survives that exchange to take an early lead. Phantom answers back immediately, cleaning up Catalyst from the ramp to level things up. The world number 1 is certainly showing his class early. Unreal, that was a desperate scrap, but he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. The overall head-to-head history certainly favored the current leader. And just like that, we are deadlocked. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this series. Catalyst pulls ahead, holding a slim lead now. Hard to believe the odds aren't in his favor here. Absolute chaos in that one. Phantom just barely edges it out, finally shaking him off the ramp. It's a tight battle for the world's best player so far. Phantom's just barely holding the edge at 4-3. That recent 13-7 victory over Vortex clearly gave him some confidence. Phantom is simply too fast right now, picking him off the ramp to extend that streak to 3. He's really asserting himself as the number 1 seed here. He's just completely taken over this set, securing another victory from the ramp. The number 1 seed looks untouchable right now. What a ferocious battle. He barely survives a brutal exchange to push the lead to 7-3. He's really leaning into that top spot on the ladder right now. He's simply on another level right now, making it 6 straight as we head into the break. A very quick way to close out the first half. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the switch. The underdog is putting on a show. He's outplaying the favorite right now, and that 69% map win rate is starting to look like a real factor. Time for a total reset. Phantom leads their lifetime head-to-head clash with over 650 victories. He's usually the one who comes out on top in these long series. I wonder if Catalyst can keep this run going and flip the script entirely. Phantom's comfortably in control with a 4-round cushion. He's showing why he's holding that top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is putting up a fight, shaking things up from that container. He is definitely showing some of that high-rated skill in this set. Phantom handles the pressure perfectly, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to play the ramp. The top-seeded player is clearly feeling the momentum shift. Phantom has a healthy cushion up 10-7. Catalyst definitely has the confidence after that recent series victory over him. He holds his ground from the ramp to secure another, refusing to let the lead slip away. The momentum is shifting just as we hit the home stretch. Phantom's just a few rounds away from closing this out now. He is playing exactly like the top-rated guy in the world right now. He refuses to quit trading shots on the ramp to bring this one home. That was an incredibly precise call to stop the bleeding. A patient duel here, but he finally finds the mark to narrow the gap. That's a massive shift in momentum for the underdog. Phantom wipes him off the ramp with a clean shot to reach match point. He needed that response to shut things down. He's completely locked back into his preferred form. Game over. He closes out the series with a completely effortless final play. Catalyst put up a hell of a fight to keep this one close, but he just couldn't find the final push. What a battle. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top today. Phantom holds a commanding overall lead with 24-62 career wins over his opponent, and seeing as he just took their most recent duel as well, the confidence is clearly on his side right now. Let's see if Vortex can find any answers early. Unbelievable. Vortex somehow survives with a sliver of health to even things up at 1-1. The top-rated player in the league is already feeling the pressure. Phantom bounces back quickly to reclaim a 2-1 lead. The favorite is starting to assert that control. Vortex catches him on the ramp to keep things perfectly balanced. Vortex is certainly fighting the trend of his recent match history. Vortex is now firmly in the driver's seat at 3-2. He's really putting that #1 ranking to the test right now. A real bloodbath on the ramp that time, and now we're right back to a deadlock. The top seed in the league is finding his footing. What a scrap. He barely edges this one out to move ahead in the score. His recent day-to-day form is looking much sharper. A tough exchange there, but he emerges on top to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's having a much more productive day overall, posting a 25-10 record. Vortex manages to pick him off the Tetris, keeping the score close. He's looking more comfortable out here now. He's really stacking up the wins right now. This momentum is shifting heavily in his favor. A huge shift in energy for the man who struggled recently. What a battle! Phantom barely survives that long exchange to shut him down off the containers. A solid showing for the man currently holding the top seed. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, he's looking every bit as strong as his 58% win rate on this map suggests. Vortex is trailing, but he's still very much in the fight. Time to see a new perspective. Vortex narrows the gap to 6-7 with that play. The underdog is showing a lot of resilience today. Vortex is currently enduring a tough stretch with a 30% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's clearly weighing on him as the pressure is starting to build in this second half. He really needs to dig in deep if he wants to turn this series around. Phantom is just dominating this half, pushing it to 9-6. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to look very wide. Phantom cleans him up from the Tetris, building an imposing lead as the streak reaches 3. He is making it look effortless today. He's completely taken over the match now, keeping his foot on the gas for a 4th straight win. The gap in skill is becoming more apparent with every exchange. Absolute perfection from the favorite to put himself on the verge of victory. Total control from a player who came in as the heavy favorite. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series with a huge shot from the ramp. He just looked way too sharp today, really reminding the competition why he's currently sitting at the top of the rankings. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on Italy to see who can dominate the map today. Catalyst holds a strong edge in their head-to-head history, winning over 59% of their past encounters. It makes sense given how comfortably he handled the recent meeting between the two. I wonder if Vortex can break that trend today. Catalyst is simply cruising with a 2-0 lead. The higher ranked man is certainly feeling the pressure here. Vortex fought back, but Catalyst still holds a 2-1 lead. He's showing some grit, especially sitting at second on the ladder. Vortex is really heating up now, using that high ground on the wine to level the score. Catalyst is playing the distance perfectly, securing that win from the wine boxes. It's a tough afternoon for the second ranked man so far. Total deadlock now as we hit a 3-all tie. Vortex is fighting for a spot in the top 3 tonight. Vortex takes control with a slim 4-3 lead. Vortex is really making a case for that number 2 spot. Unbelievable. He barely survives the trade with Catalyst on the Tetris, extending his run to 3 straight. Catalyst enters back here, managing to claw out a win after trading damage. Vortex has definitely stayed more active today, with 15 wins already. Vortex has been fighting an uphill battle today with 15 losses in the last day. He's really pushing past that slump to put some serious pressure on the favorite. Now we have to see if Catalyst can actually stabilize. We head into the break with Vortex holding a 7-5 lead. Honestly, this is a huge surprise given how often Catalyst typically wins these meetings. He's clearly not letting his historical disadvantage slow him down today. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst closes the gap to just 1 for Vortex. That's a really strong look for the number 4 seed right now. Catalyst is on a roll right now, grabbing the advantage by staying elevated on the wine. Another huge play here as he surges ahead with a 3-round streak of his own. It's becoming a real struggle for the higher rated player. Vortex halts the momentum and brings us back to a dead even split. Vortex looks ready to flip the script on their head-to-head history. Catalyst just edges ahead to lead 9-8. He looks completely locked in despite those recent struggles today. And just like that, Vortex forces a complete stalemate. He's definitely playing his way back to that second place ranking. Vortex has all the momentum now, extending his lead as the pressure keeps building on Catalyst. He's proving that the gap in their rating is real tonight. He's completely took over the server now, cruising to a 3-round streak. This really flips their most recent result on its head. A brutal exchange, but Vortex outlasts him to bring himself to the very edge of victory. Pure aggression from the side of Vortex tonight. What a response! He just picks him right off the Tetris to keep this series alive. He definitely needed that win to stop the bleeding. Game over. Vortex secures the final kill to claim the victory. A huge moment for the number 2 seed, completely shaking off those early losses to get the revenge win. He had to fight through some blood-boiling moments to seal this one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Catalyst and Phantom are ready to fight for the win in this matchup. Phantom came out strong with the first kill, catching Catalyst right as he was peeking off the ramp. Exactly what we'd expect from the current top seed. Phantom's just too fast right now, picking Catalyst off the ramp for another quick victory. The world number 1 is definitely looking the part. A complete shutout here, as he simply wipes Catalyst off that ramp. Everything about his recent form points to this result. Catalyst shows some real grit here, taking control from the ramp to get back into the series. He is certainly proving to be a tough opponent, despite the odds. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat here, taking that ramp position and securing another fast round. His dominance today is reflecting the top seed status. Phantom holds a strong advantage on this map with a 68% win rate. That historical edge is really starting to show as he controls the tempo. He's simply playing a perfect game, and now he's putting the pressure on the 4th seeded player to find an answer. Phantom quickly shuts down that window angle and the gap is widening. Coming in with a massive 27-9 record over the last day. Phantom is just cruising along with a 7-2 lead. He's really asserting his status as the top seed right now. That was a total blur. He keeps this round going and puts a massive gap between them. A surprising scramble here that lasted over 13 seconds, but he still walks away unscathed to put a huge grip on this set. It's a 9-3 lead for Phantom heading into the break. He's completely ignoring the pre-match hype around Catalyst with his recent 70% win rate. He's making a quick work of this series. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Phantom keeps the momentum strong, quickly picking Catalyst right off those boxes. The number 1 player is simply a wall today. Phantom secures a huge lead after that quick kill from the toolbox. It's a tough run for the 4th seed right now. He closes the gap and puts himself just 1 win away from victory. He's really putting the clamps on this game. Absolute perfection. Phantom secures the victory with a clean finish to close it out. He's just too consistent at this level. Catalyst really struggled to find any footing today. Welcome to Orange. Vortex and Phantom are facing off today, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Phantom holds a strong historical advantage with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It makes sense that he's coming out on top here, especially given how he dominated their most recent meeting. It will be a struggle for Vortex to turn this around. Vortex is stunning everyone by taking a 2-1 lead. He's definitely putting a lot of pressure on the league's top seed right now. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending his hold on the match. The world's top-rated player is looking completely rattled. A gritty fight here, but the favorite claws back to narrow the gap. He's looking much more like the #1 seed now. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all now. The top seed has stayed incredibly consistent throughout the day. The momentum has completely shifted, and that's 3 straight for the favorite. He's been absolutely clinical throughout his 28 wins today. He's simply not missing, cruising to another win to take a commanding lead. He's really asserting himself as the top dog on the ladder today. He's simply untouchable, racking up a 5th straight victory in an absolute blink. Vortex holds his ground in a bloody exchange to finally snap that run. He needed a win like that to stay in this game. It shows he's capable of playing the spoiler tonight. What a chaotic scramble! He refuses to back down, barely surviving that firefight to keep this rally alive. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what you'd expect seeing his 62% map win rate. He's maintaining a slim advantage, but Vortex is fighting hard to stay in this. Let's see if the tide turns. Phantom has been utterly dominant today with 28 wins in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that massive amount of confidence into this series. We're seeing a version of him that is just too precise to crack. That was a lightning fast reaction to put the pressure right back on Vortex. Absolute control now from the favorite, who makes it 4 straight with a perfect shot. He's simply on another level, extending the run to 5 straight and putting himself 1 step from victory. A nightmare scenario for the underdog. A huge breath of life for the underdog, who wins a desperate trade to stay afloat. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a blistering shot to seal the victory. He's just playing on another level right now, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the standings. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on Dunes today to see who comes out on top. Catalyst typically looks like the heavy favorite here, but he's been struggling with an 11-26 record over the last day. It's clearly a tough stretch for the higher rated player. We'll see if Vortex can maintain this early control. Catalyst is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. The head-to-head history definitely favors the guy with the lead. He is absolutely on fire, taking control with an incredibly fast response. What a scramble! He clings to a sliver of health to secure this one. Unreal, he barely survives that chaotic exchange to even the score. Vortex is proving he can hold his own against a top 10 opponent. Catalyst pulls ahead again to make it 4-3. The number 2 rated player in the league is definitely feeling the heat. Vortex is really utilizing that height advantage to keep the pressure on. The momentum from that 13-10 victory in their last meeting is showing. Catalyst regains the lead and pushes it to 5-4. The top player in our rating is fighting to keep pace. Catalyst just completely blew through him, taking the fight straight to Vortex while he was perched on that box. Catalyst edges ahead once more, now leading 6-5. He really looks like the better player today. We are all square at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this completely lines up with the projections. Both players look sharp, so it comes down to who can stay consistent after the switch. Fresh start for both. Vortex jumps in front, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. Vortex is really making a statement tonight. Vortex is showing some incredible focus to put up a strong 8-6 lead. He's completely flipped the script on the all-time head-to-head trend. So yeah, he's making a huge point about who the real favorite is right now. He just can't find an answer to this surge as the streak hits 3. It's a recurring story for the favorite today. A complete shutout there, proving he has the willpower to climb back into this game. A fast response to get things moving again. Vortex just completely shut down Catalyst from that elevated position. The rating gap is certainly narrow tonight. What a display of composure, completely erasing any doubt by taking this one unscathed. He's certainly proving a formidable opponent for someone ranked so high. He's showing serious grip, securing another clean win to close the gap. The pressure is mounting on the leader as this gap shrinks. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He gets the better of his rival in a quick exchange to stay in the lead. His high rating really shows in these critical moments. A flawless sequence here for Vortex, and he's now just one round away from victory. Vortex is playing with a lot of confidence right now. And that is it. A perfect finish to secure the victory for Vortex. He really dug deep to survive those couple of scrapes and just outlasted his opponent. What a fight!